some significant issues that we've been discussing in the back concerning personnel and litigation. And unfortunately, it takes time. So again, I apologize. Could we all rise and sing, yeah. Say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the last meeting.
Will they be approved?
We have a second?
Second.
Comments, corrections? I noticed it doesn't say. Under public meeting minutes, January 25th, page 5, about halfway down, the paragraph says that Commissioner Spengler both made and seconded the motion, and I know Bill's good, but I don't think he's that good, so I don't remember who made and
I
seconded
probably
that
did wait for you guys to do a
Yeah,
second.
that's true.
I got to
You
do it
could.
all.
You could have.
Let's
You
somebody
could
do
have.
something here.
We have no recollection? We can look at the tape.
We can look at the tape and adjust that.
All right, thank you.
You want to table until next meeting? We can find out specifically who did that.
Well, let's just
We'll prove it.
prove it with that issue to be rectified. Any other comments from the Commissioner? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Too much paper, man. As I mentioned earlier, we had an executive session tonight. The matters that we discussed were personnel-related and litigation-related. All the commissioners were there. For a little more detail, the litigation is the ongoing Dave Bayshore issues, and the personnel had to do with staffing and terms and conditions of staffing, so that's why I wasn't out here in front of you all. Next, we have a proclamation for the League of Women Voters, and I'd like to have a representative of the League come forward. This proclamation is from the Board of Commissioners of Radnor Township to the League of Women Voters, Making Democracy Work Day. Whereas the League of Women Voters of Radnor Township is the organization where hands-on work to safeguard democracy leads to civic improvement, and whereas the League of Women Voters is a nonpartisan political organization that has fought since 1920 to improve our system of government and impact public policies through citizen education and advocacy, and whereas the League members are constantly striving to serve their communities to make strong, safe, fair, and vibrant places to live, and whereas the League of Women Voters of Radnor Township believes in representative government and in the individual liberties established in the Constitution of the United States, and whereas the League of Women Voters of Radnor Township has long been the leader in open space preservation, giving rise to the Radnor Conservancy, initiated township recycling, championed the construction of the Radnor Trail, held the first municipal household hazardous waste collection in the state of Pennsylvania, advocated for both the shade tree ordinances and the EAC, and advocated for the township to televise the Board of Commissioners and school board meetings. True to their original mission, they continue to work for voter registration and voter education by way of the voters' guides produced for each election. And whereas the League for 90 years has held the public trust by respectfully bringing elected leaders and the public together through nonpartisan civil means, through thoughtful advancing solutions, and whereas the Radnor Township has benefited tremendously from the countless volunteer hours donated by the League members for over its 90-year history. Although I don't think we've been doing it in Radnor for 90 years. Although Mary Fran may have, yeah.
Nobody alive has, but we have been doing it in Radnor for 90 years.
Yeah. Now, therefore, I, John Nagel, President of the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the 14th day of February, 2010, as League of Women Voters Making Democracy Work Day, in honor of the League of Women Voters' 90th anniversary, and we urge all residents of Radnor Township to pay great tribute and respect to the League of Women Voters for all they do to make our community healthy, vibrant, and strong.
Move the approval of the proclamation.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. I have to sign this in.
I just want to say one thing.
You do it into the
Turn
mic
around into the
Oh,
mic.
so they can hear you at
You
home.
can
Sorry.
all be members of the League of Women Voters. We welcome anybody over 18 years of age, male or female, citizens of the United States. So please think about it and join us. Thank you.
I don't
Thank
think
you,
we have
Cheryl.
any departmental reports, do we?
Are there any departmental reports tonight?
No. At the end of the month, next month, next
Right.
meeting.
Committee reports. The announcement, community development, Don.
First is the announcement of vacancies on the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee. So if you're interested, put your application into Mr. Martin. And then the second item is discussion of the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. Bill Martin, will you take us through this, please?
Yeah, it's open discussion for the board. I think last meeting you were discussing how the Enhancement Trust was set up. And I went through minutes. The AT&T lot lease agreement was originally signed and approved by resolution in 1999. In 2000 is when the board moved forward with the setup of, had a discussion with an ordinance to involve the fees there, which set the rate and how the structure would be set up where the money would come to the township and then go to the Enhancement Trust. There was a discussion, it's in the minutes, it was approved as an ordinance, introduced and approved. The fees have not changed. They've been the same fees set in 2000 that they are today. Those rates have not changed. The really only issue is internally how it was handled. In the past, didn't come as a separate revenue line item and out as a separate expense item. I think that's where the confusion came from. And it's really up to the board if you'd like to continue that practice.
John, Hank, and I met with the people who formed the trust and had some discussions, and they presented some historical documents for our purview. John, do you want to discuss that at all any further?
Yeah, I think it was important to get a history of the trust's activities and the work they had done to enhance the corridor, the Route 30 corridor. It became pretty clear to me that this trust, this group of members on this trust have worked really hard at doing some great work throughout the district. And it also gave me a good perspective of the process that they had gone through. So that was very helpful. And I think, I've looked at all the documents. I still have some questions that I'll probably have to get the answers to offline from John Rice, the solicitor. I do see that we have a resolution from back in 1999 that authorizes the transfer of these parking fees to the trust. But there were questions, and Bill, you may have tried to clear it up. I just want to make sure I understand. It seems like what I still need, I guess, what I'm going to look for is I still would like to see the financial, the budgets from 2000 on that show me where the revenues are recorded and the expenses. And then I'll need to get from John Rice some legal opinion, some contemporary legal opinion on whether or not this is, in fact, a practice that we can continue if we were to decide to continue it. But one of my biggest concerns about all this is that while the trust's work is perfectly fine, there's no question in my mind at this point that there's anything wrong there. I think one of my concerns is that as a township that we're required to put capital projects out to bid that are over $3,000. And the law, you have the letter of the law and then you have the spirit of the law. And my concern is that by having this separate entity that does not have to follow that process of putting things out to bid and having a public bid process, that we could be seen as circumventing that requirement for competitive bidding. And whether or not we are or intend to do that's a whole different question. The point is, I don't want to be, supporting some action, some transfer of funding to a private entity if I could be accused later of trying to circumvent this competitive bidding process. So I'd like to get John Rice, I'd like you to get back to me on the legality of this process, pros, cons, anything that you can come back to me with. And Bill Martin, if you could get back to me with those line items in the budget from 2000 on, so I can see if it was in the budget, if it wasn't in the budget, when it was in, when it was out, so I can get a little bit better historical.
If you're specifically for a specific line item, I can answer that now. It wasn't in there as a specific, it went into the parking meter line item account as a revenue and was
for
not,
revenues.
was not expensed out individually. Karen and I have taken care of that and have created a separate line item, revenue in, expense out.
Okay.
Prior to that, you know.
But so
that
we
was
don't
not handled
know,
that way.
but how, I guess the question is, how was this money transferred out of the township? This is $330,000 over 10 years. How could we have transferred money from the township into a trust without recording in the budget and having an accounting of that? So, you know, is this a mistake, an accident?
John, it was debited and credited from the same account.
From the
So
same
the net
account.
effect was zero.
Okay, so instead of being credited to a revenue account and debited from an expense account, separate lines within some fund, it was lumped together, which really made it impossible to see. So there was no way for this board to know that we were voting on this process each year. So we need to look at that, but I think the board needs to have more from John Rice on this. And then maybe at the next meeting, we can make a decision if we want to continue this process or not.
Yeah, it seems that there are probably some changes that need to be made. The other thing, I guess, Sarah, you had brought up an issue about it being the Radnor Community Enhancement Trust. What we found out talking to these gentlemen is that they literally have 2 accounts, and they do isolate the monies that come in from the parking so that that's used in Wayne, and they have another fund which they use up and down Route 30. Hank, you have anything you want to add?
No, I think John covered it pretty well. On the issue of whether or not the trust is circumventing our obligation to bid out projects for anything over $3,000, if we had a particular project in mind and we sent it over to the trust and said, go do this project because we have to do competitive bidding and you don't, that would be a problem. I agree with you, but that's not the case. They were set up back in 1990, was it, Bill?
I think, the trust itself probably, I think even earlier than that, but it was around 1990.
And basically, their mission statement, which we've all seen, essentially says that they're going to work on the Lancaster Pike corridor and try and raise it up, make it more aesthetically pleasing, and they've apparently done that to a great extent over the years. So it's not as if we direct what they are supposed to do. They kind of make those decisions themselves in conjunction, at least in part, with the WBA and also in part with us. I mean, they come back to us and say, we want to do this particular project, can we do it? So I think that from the standpoint that we're not directing specific projects at them, they kind of act generally on that corridor. I think that's probably a different situation than what you were alluding to, John. But I'd like to get that information.
Yeah, we'll
back
need to
as
know
well.
because the competitive bidding statutes make it clear that any public works projects must be put out to bid. And whether or not we direct them to do specific projects or not, if they're doing, quote, public works projects, those projects most likely need to be put out to bid, especially if that money's passing through our hands. If it weren't passing through our hands, if like Hank had said, the trust, when it was first formed, raised hundreds of thousands of dollars from private and corporate donations. But somewhere along the line in 2000, the township decided to start funding that trust. And that's where the trouble starts for me. I don't think there's anything wrong with what's happened, but I think moving forward, we want to re-examine that and decide if that's really the right thing to do.
John, is there a list of projects that they've done, that the group's done over the last 10 years? Can we get, I mean, I'd like to know exactly what, at least some.
Yeah, they gave us some pretty thorough
Yeah,
documentation.
we have full documentation from them
Okay.
at this point, so I can assure you that we'll get you anything you need to see.
Okay, thank you, then we'll.
I have no further comment.
And then the next item is appointment of Garrett Hill, implementation.
No action's being taken, but come on. Can you just be brief, please? We've got a lot on our plate tonight.
Thank you. My name is Christina Peroni, and one of my concerns with this trust is the fact that there is no transparency with expenses and revenue. And if no one can look at how much is expensed and along the way and each detail is not there, there is a huge opportunity for inappropriate behavior. And given the fact that there has been documented inappropriate behavior, I think we need to stop this practice of funneling money to a trust because it does not follow our transparency. Secondly, I would really like to see a list of each business owner who contributed to this trust, because there is a huge opportunity to not be fair in who's paying for it. So some business owner may have paid a lot of money, whereas another business owner may not have paid a lot of money. So let's be really clear and transparent, and I think we need to do two things. Not only do what Commissioner Fisher has said, but I think we also need to stop the practice and put it back into the township where there is clear transparency required at all times for bidding and for accounting. So I would ask this board to consider that.
Well, we're going to take up the whole topic and see about how it needs to be restructured to meet
Great.
those requirements. However, I would point out that they are a 501. Their records are available online. You can go look at their 990s and see exactly where the money was spent and how much came in.
But you can't see all the expenses, and so there should be a full detail of every single check that was generated. So I think that information down to the detail needs to happen. So, and also the competitive bidding is a huge issue. If they can go out and get a project and not have to go through competitive bidding, we know there's a huge opportunity for friends, I say in quote, to get jobs, and that is not good for any of us. So I'd appreciate looking at this, and I'd also appreciate if we could get a list of all the business owners, if that could be put online. Who are the business owners and what have they contributed to make up this $300,000? Because it would be quite interesting to look at who's been paying in and who hasn't. I'll put through a right to know for that information, but it would be nice for the township to just disclose that.
And you do recognize
you.
that a lot of those funds come because of zoning hearing board?
Absolutely.
Right, okay.
Right, so in exchange for zoning hearing
For relief?
Right. People had to pay into this. So let's just make sure that was all.
No, they had to provide for off-site parking. This was a vehicle they could use.
Right, and so therefore, let's just make sure this is all township money, that it's completely transparent, and we are following the charter. Thank you.
Thank you. John, you want to pick up that Garrett Hill Implementation Committee item?
Well, you got someone else.
Somebody
to-
speak.
Oh,
John. Yeah,
Hey, Ken.
Kenneth Taylor. As part of what Mr. Fisher is looking into, if I could suggest that perhaps, my understanding is this particular organization, Community Trust, has a standing board consisting of, I know Mr. Bages is on it, there's several other individuals. Evidently, two of the members are a local, one at least is a local stockbroker, stock advisor, and I think his administrative assistant is another board member. I'd like the examination to indicate that if funds on a temporary or a permanent basis are being placed with that stockbroker and his administrative assistant, that perhaps the board needs to meet and elect individuals who may not have a conflict of interest. If there could be a slight examination into the nature of the board, how long these members have been on, whether they've been on since it was implemented, and whether there's been viable meetings of this board to elect new members.
In fact, they have requested that the township, either a township employee or one of the commissioners, join their board to provide that additional openness. So, anyway, let's move on.
John Fisher, did you want to tell us your thoughts on the appointment of the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee?
Sure. We had a draft resolution that I had sent on to John Rice to review, and John Nagel had gotten a copy of this a few days ago. Unfortunately, I don't believe the board has been provided copies of this yet.
No,
so
we can't act on it tonight.
Right,
That's
right.
just-
So look, the whole point of this is to keep this out in the open. But we have a draft that will be appointing the members of the former Garrett Hill Steering Committee to become the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. And again, the purpose of this is to retask this group of volunteers who have done a lot of great work, hard work over the last couple of years doing zoning for that area, to give them the opportunity to work on this committee to help implement the master plan. The Board of Commissioners voted on that master plan back in July of 2008, and in that master plan, it actually called for the steering committee to carry on forward with the implementation. So what I'd like to do at the next meeting, we'll have it on the agenda hopefully with a resolution.
Yep.
And we'll put that forth for a vote. But my hope is that we can give these volunteers an opportunity to serve further on this purpose. So.
Now, another thing John and I had discussed that I'd like to mention to the rest of the commissioners is that a member of this committee also be on the Comprehensive Plan Implementing Committee to provide a common means for folks to know what is going on in the rest of the township, plus appreciate what's going on in the different neighborhoods. And as other implementation committees are formed for the short term, that they too be part of that process. So we'll talk about all that next meeting. Thank you. Kevin, Finance and Audit?
Mr. Nagel?
Yeah?
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Marisol Hahn, 132 Locust Grove Road. I've been very active in the past in the Garrett Hill Coalition, and I would like to, I know you're not passing anything tonight, but I thought I should bring up my concerns now so that while you're drafting this resolution or whatever it is you need to do, you might consider the following. First of all, in the master plan, and I realize, and I have heard commissioners say this, the master plan is an advisory document, so it's not binding on anyone. But we do refer to it, and you do refer to it, and take what's good from it, I guess. But part of the Garrett Hill master plan is that each year, during the capital planning process, the steering committee will be responsible for working with the Board of Commissioners and the township staff to identify its top priorities for implementation in the coming year. So that's all well and good. I would, however, like to point out that one of the other actions of the Garrett Hill Coalition has been to put together an enhancement trust of their own. And I believe that it's really important, just as you are now discussing the problems with the Radnor Enhancement Trust, you think about what the relationship between these two bodies, who is going to serve in them and for what purpose and so on and so forth, because now you have an enhancement trust which is going to be a private, as I understand it. It's not all finished yet, I believe, but this has to be taken into consideration so we don't have problems down the line. Who's going to be in which group? What are their roles? What's the township role in it? Just so that we avoid trouble in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Sumat Joseph, owner of property 117 Garrett Avenue. I just want to shed some of my points on the implementing the implementation, Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. First of all, if there was to be one, I think there should be a little bit more fair process about it in terms of actually voting people in instead of people saying we've been here for 2 years, therefore we are deserved of being there. I think also, just like to have some fairness, there should be equal amount of business owners and property owners on the committee. I mean, if I don't see any, just like the Board of Commissioners are required to live within this township to be able to serve this township better, I also believe that at least half of that implementation committee should consist of those of business owners and property owners of Garrett Hill. My other thing is, if there were not to be one, I don't see why the Radnor Implementation Committee is sufficient. Meaning, in terms of Wayne, Wayne doesn't have their own implementation committee. I certainly don't see why Radnor Town or why Garrett Hill should, have that on top of that. And I think also just to look into the overall qualifications. I don't think people should just feel that they have because we've done this. And granted, I'm not. What's been passed has been passed, And, but it just kind of hard when something goes wrong down the road. You have a group that says, oh, we were kind of appointed by the Board of Commissioners, but we have no liability. I mean, that puts a lot of people's property, which I feel right now, considering mine and a lot of the business owners, at stake already. So just to take that into consideration in just all fairness. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Kevin.
Right, the first item on the agenda is Resolution 2010-10, the Citizens Budget and Finance Advisory Committee charge. However, I think there's a bit of inconsistency, because I got an email with, I think it was from Bill, with the suggestion from the committee itself.
One of the charges at the last meeting was that they make the changes that the commissioners had added, but also to have this committee have a meeting and give us their feedback. So we have a draft that they've provided.
But none of what they provided seems to have been incorporated into this resolution.
No, it hasn't, because
So I don't know if it's a timing gap.
it's a timing gap.
No, we have the resolution that we put together at your last meeting. The budget committee was tasked with, they met Thursday, to come up with suggestions to that draft of their, what they would like to see changed. And what you have that came out Sunday from the committee was a draft of their suggested inclusions in the resolution. The one you have before you from the township is the official resolution that we had the last meeting, and you have suggestions from the budget committee on what they'd like it to look like. And Sarah Armstrong is, I guess, their chair, and she's here to answer any questions you might have from them.
Because the draft we got from the committee looks very different.
Yes.
From
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be
2010-10.
passing this.
Okay. Do you want to say anything, Sarah?
Wait a minute, Kevin, have you seen you've looked at the committee's draft?
Yeah, I got them both right here in front of me.
Okay, would you support that version versus our version, or?
Well, I think there needs to be some blending of the two.
Also, John, the public hasn't seen.
That was,
Right.
my understanding was
Well, it's
that
a
was what
resolution
you
that
would
we
do.
can
Yeah, but
introduce it.
I would still propose.
No, you don't
I mean,
need to
I think
You
there's
don't
only
need
I'm
to-
one.
sorry, we can still pass it because,
There's only one, I think that first one, A, is the substantive difference, but the rest seem a different way to express the same thing. I don't know if others would agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're substantially the same. They've broken out, expenses and revenues in
Yeah.
separate categories, which is fine. Number A, or letter A, is obviously something new, a new emphasis on something. Do you want to speak to your changes?
Absolutely. May I read A for everyone?
Yes.
Yes. We did add this, promote public participation in the township budgeting process. We felt strongly that the success of the outcome of this would be, in part, to make sure that the Radnor residents felt included, their feedback was solicited, incorporated in the final end result. And I would agree, the rest of the changes were not material in their substance, but rather reformatting of what was presented to us.
Just out of curiosity, why would you change it then, if it wasn't substantive?
We, for clarification purposes, so that we understood exactly what our charge was and that we met our obligations.
Then I'll add that, I think I was the driving force behind the version of A in the township one, and upon review, I'm more comfortable with the one that came from the committee than even the element that I was the driving force to create. So I'm more comfortable taking A out and using the version that the committee formed.
I would also like to add that I'm thrilled to see A put in here as the first directive that this group takes into consideration. I agree that this is an essential aim of this group is to get a better feel and a better participation from our public and make this a more open process.
I'll have to say I was thrilled leaving the meeting. It is a group with diverse talents, deep professional experience, clearly energized to help strengthen Radnor's financial position. I think everybody should be really pleased with the group that was pulled together. I'm very excited to serve.
So I do have one substantive issue that.
Certainly.
For item 1, I know that we discussed this last time, changing from 7 to up to 9, but I'd like to know why we'd want to change it, and then I have issue with the up to portion of it. that I think we should establish how many we want and set that, and it shouldn't be up to, we
Just
don't
say
need the
9.
flexibility. Yeah, now then the question would be, why 9, why not 7?
Well, actually, later on tonight, we're going to talk about an appointment to this board because due to an oversight earlier, we did not appoint one of the people who interviewed and we said we would put on the board. So that would take us to 8.
We currently have 8 that came to the organizational meeting, just so you know.
I would also like a chance, now that a resolution is gelling, and now that there is a clear idea of what this group will be charged with, there may be someone out there who sees this charge, has a better understanding of what this group is going to be charged with, and would then like to put their name in. I don't want to keep it, I don't think we should keep it open forever, but we may want to give a week or so opportunity after this is approved to see if anybody else percolates up that seeing the charge finds that they could help.
Oh, that was the logic for going from 7 to 9 at the last.
That was
But
the
I-
logic,
but I-
right.
Can I ask, I have a question, Sarah.
Sure.
There was a fundamental item that's not in the suggestion from the committee that was in E of the original. I don't know if it was an oversight or intentional, but the item E said to make recommendations regarding capital expenditures and to make recommendations regarding unfunded accumulated employee leave obligations. And item F on the recommendation says, make recommendations regarding capital expenditures and suggestions as to how best to maximize township assets.
We did discuss that. Let's see, I'm sorry, Township. Are you on F? I'm sorry, in the,
E.
At F that came
Original-
back versus
Original
E.
Well, I noticed that in B, they added in
that's,
operating expenses and long-term liabilities,
Right.
which I took to subsume that.
we were trying to capture all of
Right.
those in one bullet point, as opposed to having multiple.
And E is not correct. E is supposed to be recommendation regarding capital budget funding. The big issue is funding.
Right.
For years, we've gone out, and every 4 or 5 years, we borrow another $7 million. And we just put another bond. So the idea was to have someone look at our capital funding, because we have no more capital funds left, and and to, I don't think, if you want to, you can review whether we need a new tractor or lawnmower or police car, but, or, if we're doing a sewer project, I mean, the commissioners approved the sewer project, you can certainly comment on the whole capital budget, but the big issue that we really need help on is our capital budget funding. How are we going to fund our capital budget? And,
As opposed to make recommendations regarding capital expenditures and
Yes.
how
to
best.
make
do you
recommendation
wanna-
regarding our capital budget funding. That's the big issue facing us right now. That's the number one issue.
So to give them,
We
a
could-
fair shake, in E, it did say expenditure, so they
Yeah.
reacted to what was there. But
No, I
We're
understand
flexible.
that, but that's not
We're
what
happy to
we
help in
talked
any
about.
capacity,
Yeah.
so if you'd like to
But
add
can you
that.
just, Sarah, can you just shed some light? I happen to like what you guys came back with better than where we started personally. I'm not sure it's exactly where I want to be, but I'm a little
It can be
concerned
iterative, yeah.
about the elimination of the specific charge to address that issue and sort of putting it into a general recommendation.
Okay.
And if you could just shed a little light on the logic behind that for me, so I can.
I'm sorry, Kevin,
Specifically
specifically
the
capital budget?
the unfunded accumulated employee leave obligations.
We
And
just decided to capture them all in the one bullet, no particular reason why.
Would the group intend to address it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we could, specify that in B if you'd like. I'd prefer to have it in B.
I went to where
Okay.
it's placed as long.
Sarah, I have a
Yes.
question. You mentioned that 8 people came to your meeting,
That's correct.
the 8 members that we appointed?
No.
That,
No,
We
we
only
appointed
appointed
7,
7.
we left 1 out.
No, she's saying 8 people were there,
8
though.
attended. My
We only
understanding was the
appointed
9th
7.
would be
Jerry
appointed tonight.
Jerry Linden, who we're going to appoint later on,
Will be the 9th.
was one, no, he'll be the
Tonight.
8th. He was at your meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry's, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
that-
that's what it was.
I think it remains to be seen if we're going to
Yeah,
appoint anybody.
Okay.
yes.
So,
We have on the agenda to appoint another
I just
member.
wanted to make sure
And
that
that's what
we
it was
were all on
based
the same page, that's
Yeah,
all.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Well, and then, number E was
Number 8?
also something about revenues, wasn't it, Kevin? We talked about?
I
looking
think
at our
they-
revenues.
Which we moved up to C.
Yeah,
to-
they got
yeah,
it.
All right.
yeah.
I'd like to make a recommendation to the board that we all take a little time to chew on this, get back to Sarah with comments, and within a week, have a revised version that we can put on the web And that way the public can take a look at it, and then we'll consider it at the next meeting.
I'd also suggest that, whatever the final version is, it goes back to Sarah to get to the committee.
Right.
To make sure that, everybody's aligned
Right.
on what the final version should says.
So what are the thoughts on the up to 9 or 9? I think it should not say up to, I think it
Yeah, I
should
said shall
say-
consist of
yeah.
9 volunteers.
Right.
We'll find someone else. There's a vacancy.
You
Well, I've
have-
already
you do
been
have-
approached by someone representing 501s that was interested.
You do have over the weekend, we sent you another interested applicant.
John or Kevin, could either of you then explain to me the timing? I don't feel comfortable then having another meeting until the resolution is passed. This was last week was an organizational meeting.
You don't
so we could-
necessarily have to have the
Right.
meeting. I would just think that, if I understand the timing, we're going to get this sort of finalized in final language for
Okay.
the next meeting. 2
How are we
weeks
going
from-
to do that?
Well,
I mean,
think, well, direct
John,
comments.
John was throwing it back to them,
I was going to-
but I think the board should do it.
Yeah, I
Well,
think-
the-
I think
the
we
board
asked
should
Bill or
comment amongst
somebody.
yourselves, feedback to Sarah. You have emails for all these folks.
Absolutely,
This is
yeah.
what I think should happen. We get our comments to Bill, Bill coalesces them, everything, and there's a single version
Right.
that comes back to Sarah that says, this is what's going to be on the agenda for the 22nd.
Yeah.
And just send it to you don't even have to meet, just send it to the folks.
No,
via
we
email.
wanted to meet to get started, with tasks and,
Yeah.
so that was my concern.
So is it the sense of the board that the only 2 changes will be the up to will be removed and the additional information in item F regarding capital more than just expenditures? Are these the only 2 substantive changes that we discussed?
That's what I'm wondering,
That's
if
all
maybe
I've
we
heard.
can,
And
but,
then John Rice mentioned we do have to add some language with respect to the sunshine.
Yes.
Question came up whether or not the committee is subject to the Sunshine Act. They're not, as an ad hoc committee, but I assume you would want that to occur based on the revision. So there should be a paragraph 3 that basically says that they will operate in accordance with the Sunshine Act, something to that effect.
Yeah. Okay.
Sarah, can I just ask, did you discuss amongst yourself how often you would like to meet, or you will be meeting?
we would like to meet twice a month, right now, until we all have our to-do items, and then, probably once a month over the summer. As you can see in the proposed resolution, it is our goal to have a report to the Board of Commissioners with recommendations, observations, and analysis by October 15th. That was based upon the timing of the budget cycle, so that you'd have opportunity to look at those recommendations and incorporate those that you deem appropriate into the budget for next year. So that was the timing.
I think one of the things you ought to keep in mind as you go through the process is the staff starts working on the budget in the summer.
Right.
So as you're developing recommendations, you want to maybe feed them up as they come up, because one of the things that's always bugged me personally is the timing of when we get the document.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't give us sufficient
But
time.
when you get the budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't give us sufficient time to really, have a vigorous discussion around it because of the obligation to hit certain calendarized dates.
That's why I was wondering about what happens from here, because I'm getting concerned we're going to be in March before you know it, and we'd like to have it deliverable by October, keeping in mind staff's time, so. Well,
John Rice, can this committee meet unofficially until we sanction them?
Sure, they can meet.
Yes.
I think you can meet.
That was my concern,
Yeah,
as long
you're
as
just not-
everyone is.
Not under
Yeah.
any official capacity,
Okay.
but you can do that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, whenever you want to meet and get information, as I mentioned, I'm happy to work with you on that, and I think.
That's all I was
I don't think
concerned
this will
about.
slow you down in getting documents that you'd already started to look for, so we can still work with you on that and do this at the same time.
Great, thank you.
Sarah, do you think it's feasible to get an interim, recognizing the project wouldn't be done till October, but say, mid-July, end of August, an interim?
Oh, absolutely, yes, yes. And we plan on having some public meetings and doing surveys and soliciting a lot of public participation. Great.
I would just like to say thank you to these 8 people who have volunteered. This is a very significant task and a very important one, and I know we're all grateful for your help.
Great, thank you.
On E, John, I'll defer to you, since you seem to have better information than I have on E. I was trying to figure out what was doing on the agenda.
Well, what happened when, I guess it was last year, we actually did the interviewing of these folks. And there were 8 people that we recommended, and inadvertently, one of the names got left off the list when we came out here and announced them. The individual is Jerry Linden, lives in the 5th Ward.
Move the appointment.
Second?
Made and seconded, comments?
I mean,
Well, you'll
I'll
do-
obviously need more information,
Yeah.
so I'm not going to.
Well, as you did with some of the others,
Yeah.
right?
Well, the nuts and bolts are we approved that, we endorsed everybody who applied.
Right. Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Any comments from the commissioners? Public comment on this? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the schedule of bills payable identified as Bill List 10-02A. The total authorized for disbursement is $983,000, $926,448. These bills have been approved by the department head, verified and processed by the finance department, and are within the total 2009 and 2010 budgetary limits as opposed by the Board of Commissioners at its December 15, 2008 and December 14, 2009 meetings. I guess I have one question for Karen. Is this the last time we'll see 2009 stuff coming through, or are we still going to see this in the next? The end, so the 22nd meeting will have some more stuff, and then after that, everything will be 2010? Okay.
Hopefully, yes.
So I move the approval.
Second?
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Library has nothing to report.
Personnel Administration, John?
First on the agenda is the announcement of 2 vacancies on the Citizens Communication Council. If you have interest in serving on this council, please send your resumes to the attention of Bill Martin at 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania 19087. Sounds right. Second thing on the agenda is the announcement of 1 vacancy on the Ethics Board. Again, if you're interested in serving on the Ethics Board, please submit your information to Bill Martin at Radnor Township. No further report.
Thank you, John. Next is Parks and Rec, and I'll take it. The first item is the introduction of ordinance 2010-17, the Willows Cottage Lease Amendment.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
John Rice, did you negotiate this at all?
Not knowing what the board's desire was in terms of all the terms and provisions that were being proposed, I made comments on the lease that was presented to me, and some of those comments were incorporated, some of them were not.
Because personally, I was offended that this was on the agenda. This is such a one-sided, unreasonable document. Now, no offense to John Fisher, because he's representing his client. But the fact that this gets presented as an introduction of an ordinance
I know, but they
on a
should say
lease that is so one-sided was offensive to me. I mean, I was flabbergasted when I read this. I stopped reading it after I read some of the terms. And you're a good lawyer, John.
I just want to clarify that's Fisher without this, with the C,
Right,
not
the
this
other.
one over here. So Kevin's not offended by me
No, I'm
at
not
this
offended.
moment.
I'm not offended by you, and I know next time to hire this guy if I need a lawyer. Somebody explain to me how come this is an introduction?
What would you prefer that it is, Kevin? I don't understand the issue.
Introduction just puts it on the table, Kevin. You change it any way you want.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and go line item by line. I would think we would have had closer to a finished product that was going to be introduced. I mean,
Can I ask you a couple questions? I just want to get a sense of where we're at with this. When is the current lease end? Do we have?
December 2011.
Okay. So if we do nothing with this, there's a lease in place. So the point of this is to amend the lease, to better fit the intended use of the cottage. I'm willing to talk about this tonight. I don't know if we're ready for this in a couple ways. I just want to remind myself of how this all got started. This is about 2 years ago, I guess. We were slated to demolish the cottage. And I'd never been in the building, really didn't know much about it, except that it was really iconic. It was this building that was in one of our parks, and I thought, how strange to tear down something that's so visible and so well known. And then we learned that the cottage was in pretty bad condition. The township had, we had focused on other buildings and structures in the township. We kind of left this behind. And at that point, I asked that we try to save the cottage and not spend $30,000 to demolish it. And through that conversation emerged a gentleman by the name of Mark Janicek, who has become known to us as the leader of the Friends of the Willows Cottage. And through his efforts and all the volunteers that work with him, they have put enormous amounts of time and effort and physical work into the cottage. They've raised a substantial amount of money and in-kind donations for the cottage. And what I'm seeing here is an effort to increase the terms of this lease for the use to further this goal. However, I never intended, my intention was to save the cottage. It wasn't to save the Radnor Conservancy. It wasn't to save any other group. It was to save the cottage. And what I'd like to see is that we consider, from what I understand, that the Friends of the Willows Cottage is interested in becoming a 501c3, and they're interested also in becoming the tenant of this cottage, independent of the Conservancy. I'm not saying we can't do it with the Conservancy. We already have a lease with the Conservancy. But my thought here is that the whole purpose was to save the cottage, and it seems to be getting more and more complex and more diffused. And at the end of the day, when I go over to the cottage on a Saturday to visit, I see a lot of Friends of the Willows Cottage people working on the cottage, saving the cottage. And they're the group that I have my faith in to save the cottage, because they're the ones that show up and do all the work, and they do that. The Conservancy has been involved too. I don't have a problem with the Conservancy being involved. I think it's great. I think it's great that they've chipped in and they provided a legal structure to do this original lease. But when it comes down to it, at least in my mind, the best thing to do here is to take a good look at this lease, have the board look at this lease before we try to introduce it. Maybe have we should probably have a meeting with the Friends of the Willows Cottage, because they're essentially I don't know what to call it. They're sort of subletting this space from the Conservancy, yet they're the ones that are doing all the improvements. So I think it would be in everyone's best interest if we decide to introduce this tonight. That's fine, but I would feel much better about bringing in more options and to say, well, who could be the leaseholder, the leasee and leaseor here? Who do we want to target?
Excuse me for interrupting. Why
Sure.
don't we have John Fisher come up? He can address some of your issues, and I think explain some of the points you've raised. The older John Fisher.
No, the John Fisher with a C. I don't know whether, is this microphone on?
Yep.
Okay. John, you're right, and the Friends of Willows Cottage have done most of the work, but there's more involved in just renovating the building. We have to use the building for a purpose, and this has been a collaborative effort of not only the Friends of Willows Cottage, but also the Conservancy and Greener Partners to try to work out a plan, not only to rehabilitate the building, but once the building is rehabilitated, to come up with a sustaining use. And what this amendment tries to accomplish is essentially three things. One, we expand the definition of the premises to include the entire building. Right now, the definition of premises under the lease only includes the 2 garage buildings, because when we were interested in getting the farm started a year ago, we weren't concerned about the rest of the building. But at this point, the plan is to renovate the entire building. And it's difficult to justify renovating the entire building when we only lease 2 of the rooms in the building. And also there's a key element that comes up both in terms of expanding the premises and also the term of the lease. And that's that we still need to do some major fundraising. to complete this work. We probably need to raise somewhere in excess of $100,000. And it's very difficult to go to credible sources for fundraising. First of all, when you only lease 2 buildings, 2 rooms in the entire building, and they say, well, you don't control the rest of the building, so how can we give you money to renovate the entire building when you don't control the entire building? And they also say, well, you only have a term that expires in 2011. You have to have a greater term to justify our expenditure of considerable sums of money to complete the renovations. So 2 of the major purposes of what we're trying to accomplish in the amendment are to expand the definition of premises to include the entire building, also to expand the term of the lease. We have 2 5-year options. That may sound like a lot of time, but we have a substantial financial commitment to this project, and we really need the period of time, I think, to underwrite our expenses. And also, again, if you're going to go to private sources of funding, you've got to indicate that you've got a substantial commitment.
John, are you going to get to a third point?
Yes.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear.
The third point is to expand the uses. Again, this goes to, after the renovation has been completed, we now have a building that's been completed, not a taxpayer dollar. This is solely money that we've been able to raise and the grant that we're getting from the Commonwealth. But we need to have uses for it, and it is our intention, again, of all 3 collaborative bodies to turn this into a sustainable center which epitomizes and utilizes green principles so that we can...
So the lease allows you to set up a retail establishment that essentially competes with tax-paying businesses.
No, that's not, Kevin.
Sure it does. It says right here, John, it says agricultural programs such as meats, cheeses, honey, fruits, and complementary education, and complementary with an E, not free, complementary as in, additive to it, educational items such as cookbooks and produce tote bags. In addition, 2 pages later, it says you can collect rent.
Well, the rent is solely for leasing the space to a farmer. The farmer.
But it goes to you, the conservancy, and it goes to the tenant.
But we have agreed in the amendment, trying to follow up on points that you've raised before, that any rent that we raise will be plowed back into this project.
Again, I think you did a good job as representing your client
Well, I think this is a fair document.
No, I don't
in all honesty. I know you disagree with that, but I think it's fair.
I don't at all.
I don't. I'm 100% in favor of it. I think it's a tremendous thing that we're saving this building, and we have a group that come in and is willing to do this, and the commissioners should support them. And the people I represent see it that way. All this other stuff, I don't know where it comes from, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a tremendous thing happening in Radnor Township, and I support it 100%.
You know what I think you ought to do, John? Is come up with a proposal to subdivide the property, and you guys buy the cottage from us. And then all this goes away, and you'll just have certain obligations.
The issue is that over the next 5-10 years, they're going to spend $600,000-$700,000 putting this in pristine shape, and it's owned by the residents of Radnor Township. We're just leasing it out. We could take it back at the end of that period, but the alternative was the staff was recommending we tear this down. If you want to save a building, our Drossen, they want us to take over the mansion there, and we say, no, we don't want to take over the mansion. It's too big an expense. You have to have a user. You have to have a use for it. And that's what we came up with, this very unique thing to save this building by getting it used, getting the community involved and let them remodel the building and rent some space and put the money back in the building. This is a community effort to save this building for the people of Radnor Township. I think it's great.
Bill, it's essentially government subsidized competition for retail establishments that pay taxes to us.
I'd like to go ahead and participate in this discussion, but first I need to make a disclosure and a clarification. Many of you may know that I have been in the past very involved in the Radnor Conservancy. I was a co-founder of the group, and I served as leadership for 7-8 years. I was president, vice president, and even for a short stint, executive director as a paid position. Not very much, but paid. When I ran for this office during my campaign, I resigned from all leadership positions. I, of course, now have no leadership positions. I have no intention of continuing or going back to a leadership position or a paid position. However, I do continue to support the group financially, and I do continue to volunteer for the group. Given this close relationship, I and my colleague John Nagel wanted to make sure that we weren't suspected that we weren't breaching any conflicts regulations by participating in voting or deliberations with the Radnor Conservancy, but we wanted to make sure. So when we were elected, we went to the state ethics board and to our solicitor, presented the situation and asked for an opinion. Both groups have opined that there is absolutely no conflict and that we are free to engage in deliberation and we are free to vote on these issues. So I just wanted to set that out there before I begin and enter into these deliberations. This project has had overwhelming community support. It is a vehicle for taking a building that was going to be demolished and taking a valuable township asset that was dilapidated and out the door, renovating it and turning it into a community center and a vibrant new community program. Yes, it's about saving the building, but it's also about this new, a very exciting new service and aspect of our community. Sustainable agriculture, green infrastructure, green and sustainable movement forward, excuse me. This lease is last year's success surprised everyone. It surprised all the 3 nonprofits that were part of running it. It surprised this board. It surprised our township. This lease is catching up with that success. To move forward, I mean, these 3 groups brought $50,000 of cash to that building, $150,000 of in-kind renovations. They were instrumental in bringing $250,000 of federal stimulus money to the township for this building, and getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of our community members to participate, to donate, our private schools, our public schools, our universities, and they're all lined up to participate again this year. This is a truly exciting project. But the way that the lease is drafted, they're stymied because no one suspected that we would be here at this point. And it's a very forward-thinking project that's going to let us keep the agricultural tradition in Radnor, which we will lose if we don't have vision and participate in these forward-thinking ventures. That's my piece.
I noticed Mark came into it. Mark, could you come up and join John, please? John, to go back to your question about Friends of the Willows, and the same disclaimer that Elaine just made, we did have the State Ethics Board and our solicitor rule on whether or not we could be involved with voting on these projects and supporting these projects. The Friends of the Willows Cottage was formed as essentially a subset of the Radnor Conservancy. They are striving to roll off as their own 501.
Wait, hang on a second. The FWC, from what I understand, took the charge of restoring the cottage before the Conservancy got involved. So you just stated such that they're a subset of the I don't see it that way. The FWC was in kind of an entity that was brought into the fold of the Conservancy when this lease was discussed. So maybe I'm misunderstanding the history here,
but the important thing is we've all worked.
No, it's important to wait, hold on.
Well,
it's important to get the facts here on the table as they are.
Right. The Friends of the Willows Cottage literally did not exist, right? It was just a bunch of us that met over there, and it included Conservancy members. And then did not the Conservancy offer you a vehicle to proceed with your dream, really?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm leading the witness.
The Friends of the Willows started, in fact, as a community group. I, as a building professional, was asked by a HARB committee member, a Radnor Township HARB committee member, to give an assessment of the condition of that building and was it worth saving. I gave that assessment. I presented that assessment to the board, and I guess it was late 2008. After that assessment, the board put the charge forth to really me. If you can find a sustainable use as no burden to the township, we would not move forward with the demolition. After I received that charge, we then created the Friends of the Willows Cottage, which was a very small group. I believe John was one of those members. There were 2 HARB committee members, and there were some other community members that created the Friends of the Willows Cottage community group, whose primary intention was, in fact, to preserve the cottage. At that point, we then had to determine preserving the cottage is one thing, but then is what's the use? At that point, looking at a lot of different uses, we joined with the Radnor Conservancy. At one point in time, the Radnor Conservancy was looking for a new office, and we thought maybe there's an opportunity for the Radnor Conservancy and other tenants to potentially occupy the structure, which obviously that never happened insofar as having tenants in the structure. So I think chronologically that's how it started. The relationship with the Radnor Conservancy was certainly one of the very first partnering groups that we collaborated with, and then shortly thereafter through that relationship we found Greener Partners. So hopefully that expresses the timeline of that relationship.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, one of my point here is I really sense after having conversations with a lot of the volunteers that the Friends of the Willows Cottage not only have put a lot of time into this, but if we look at the donations that have come in, all of the in-kind work, a good amount of the cash, and even the federal stimulus money that we've obtained was possible through a lot of the work of the FWC in helping to write that grant. So not trying to diminish anything the Conservancy is doing here, but I really feel that there's a dilution of work that's occurring here in front of my eyes. I see this very active group who is on the ground doing a lot of work, being really responsible for most of the work so far, who is really just a tenant. I don't know how to put this, but under this lease, the new lease anyway, the Conservancy would be the tenant, and the Conservancy could decide whether or not the Friends of the Willows Cottage is involved. And I have a little bit of an issue with that in the sense that you came along later, and this group that continues to do the work, continues to put the energy in on a day-to-day basis, is kind of being left in the fray here. And I would hope that the Conservancy is a constructive partner in all this, but what I see is, at the end of the day, I see a lot of the money that's being raised and a lot of the effort that's being expelled is basically from the Friends of the Willows Cottage. So I question why we would involve this intermediary, albeit a helping hand in a sense. But my read of all this was the Friends of the Willows Cottage had not incorporated, had not formed a private foundation, so therefore they weren't really in a position to enter into a lease with the township. They didn't have liability insurance. They didn't have a legal structure to do anything like that. But a lot's happened since then, and I think I think I have to agree with Kevin. I have issues where we would allow the Conservancy to sell meats, cheeses, honey, and fruits, tax-free, so to speak, free of privilege tax and free
No,
of
John,
business.
it's going to pay taxes consistent with Radnor's rules. I think that's actually in the lease if you read it.
That is in the amendment.
Okay.
But they will not be paying commercial rent, which is a government subsidy. I mean, Mark, let me ask you a question. You as a builder, if Radnor Township went out and as a service to its residents, went out and hired, and I don't know enough about your business, but so, take it with a grain of salt, hired 3 guys to run a construction operation out of this township, gave them an office, let them buy off of government contracts so they could get supplies, and went out and bid against you for construction projects. What would you think of that?
I would think that it would be unfair to me.
Correct.
But that example is not a good example of what's happening at the cottage.
Well,
So
it
I
is
think-
if you look at item E.
I think what has not been referenced is, in using some of your examples, on some of the primary events that we've had at the cottage, specifically being the most recent one, the Harvest Fest, It's something that you may not be aware of. Although we certainly don't have the capability of meeting every single community business, but we did our best effort to contact many, 10s, 20, 30 different businesses in the area and invited them to participate at the Harvest Fest to promote their businesses, to promote their services. And what we have asked them, and some of them in fact did that, to make a donation to the cause as a gesture to support the cause, and also for our organizations to support our community businesses. And we maintain and continue that. Any events that we have at the cottage are open to all of our community businesses.
I understand, but have you read this lease?
I have. I'm not sure which
I'm looking at
paragraph
E.
you're referring to.
The sale to members of the CSA, as well as to the general public, of produce and other products which are normally offered to members of a community-supported agricultural program, such as meats, cheeses, honey, fruits, and complementary educational items such as cookbooks and produce tote bags. So the bookstore on North Wayne Avenue that sells cookbooks has to pay commercial rent, fair market value rent, yet I can go up to the cottage and buy a cookbook there.
Well, what we would do is we would go to the local businesses, the bookstores, and invite them to participate at the cottage. So the bookstore that you're referring to is welcome to come to the cottage and promote any sustainable type product that they have. And we would be more than willing to support their participation, providing that they're willing to donate a percentage or a fee to the cottage to, in fact, support our efforts of renovation and education.
None of that is in
Excuse
here.
me, John
may I
Fisher, are
just-
you happy with that response? Because I think that's
Well, no,
different
I-
than you explained it to me.
Now, I think what we're overlooking is a very important factor, and that's Greener Partners is going to sell every other Saturday for 3 hours certain limited produce to the public. I don't think that's competitive with anybody, but the important thing to remember is in exchange... Wait a minute, Kevin, let me finish my
John,
point.
how could you say that? If I got, I'm not a big vegetable eater, no, but if somebody
Excuse
wants
me,
to...
Kevin, would you let John
Well,
finish?
I want-
No. We let John finish.
No.
The important thing to remember, you're worried about whether we're competing with a bookstore on, in Wayne. Greener Partners is providing very important programming. That is what we are interested in, not the CSA, not what they sell to the general public. We are interested in the programming. Nobody at the farmers market, nobody in Wayne is providing programming in the same way that Greener Partners is.
Then why do you need to sell the stuff?
If I could just interject here.
Charge an admission fee.
It was the township that asked us to do that.
Township asked you to
No,
sell...
No. The township
Township
originally
said to
asked
sell
us to...
only what you grow there. There's
All right.
no meat being grown there.
Okay, and we did that. And
First
Greener
off, you
Partners-
went in and
wait a
sold
minute,
stuff
wait a
in
minute.
violation
Greener
of the
Partners
league.
lost their shirt. We made it so restrictive last year that it wasn't worth having the Saturday sales. If you don't want to have the Saturday sales, we'll do away with them.
Listen, can I just interject here? The sale of produce and items that are offered this every other Saturday that's in the lease, they are a fundraising vehicle. Therein lies the difference. This is not a ongoing concern competing with our local. It's just like the Girl Scouts who for 15 days sell cookies. They don't pay rent, and we don't think that's unfair because they're fundraising for a nonprofit purpose. It's just like the Boy Scouts and the popcorn. This is, 10 Saturdays a year. This group of nonprofit organizations are fundraising for their nonprofit services to support and supplement the nonprofit services that they give to our community. So they are not in the business of selling these things. They're offering the surplus produce and the products that the CSA members get as a fundraiser.
And also, if you remember correctly, that was to give other members of the community an opportunity to participate in this if they didn't want to buy a share.
The fundamental difference, Kevin, with the competition with other firms not paying rent is that this is for a nonprofit, and that nobody's making money on it. It's going back into the project, the service that's being offered to the community.
Well, yeah, look, there's an alternative view of the Conservatives' involvement here, which is they've been very limited in their effectiveness of preserving space and are now looking for alternative ways to have relevance. And to me, I kind of agree with John that if the Willows Cottage guys want to have at it. But charge admission, but you shouldn't be setting up government-supported competition for the township, for businesses that pay taxes to us. And that's what this amounts to, because if you go out and instead of buying a vegetable at the farmer's market, you buy it there, you've taken business from somebody.
How
It's
about the
plain and
Willows
simple.
renting the place out so we can preserve the building? Why do we rent the Willows out? To raise money so we can preserve the building. That's why we're doing it. Now, we're competing with other people that have, the Wayne Hotel, other people, the Radnor Hotel, they have weddings and all. We're taking business away from them because we decided years ago we wanted to save that building. How could we save it? We could save it by renting it out for weddings and for people to use, and we've been able to save that building, okay? But it's been costing us more and more money, and we're concerned about that. Now we have a building that we're saving, okay? And it's not going to cost us more and more money, so we're ahead of the game, Kevin. Get on board.
Bill, come back to my fundamental point. Why don't you just subdivide the property and buy the building? It gets us out of the building business, it gets us money.
Because
and
it's
then
in
you're
the third
free.
ward, and we're not subdividing open space, Kevin, so forget that one.
So, John Fisher, the
Yes.
items identified in G, in E, would they only be items that were produced by the CSA or a network of CSAs?
A network of CSA,
Yes.
not this particular
Yes,
CSA.
I understand that.
These are
And-
products that normally, in a normal CSA, if you were a member of the CSA, you would expect to get
Right.
these
So,
products.
so, I mean, in that regard, it's still competition, but it's less of a competition because it's still the product of a CSA, which is different than the product of a supermarket, correct? If that's the way-
Correct.
So that provision is done in order to make the delivery of the goods economical, that you can't just take one CSA and produce all the goods from that one CSA. They have to form a network and then distribute the products
Yeah,
among the
Greener
network.
Partners operates 6
Yes.
CSAs.
Very good, thank you.
John, let me just respond to something that you said, because I think you've unfairly minimized the Conservancy's role in this. There's no question that the building could not have been renovated without the work that the Friends of the Willows Cottage has done. The Conservancy has done most of the fundraising. Most of the money in this project has come through our efforts, primarily because we are the 501c3 organization. Contributions made to the Conservancy on behalf of the cottage are tax deductible. I would expect at some point.
Now, John, but you're the vehicle, you're the legal entity that can accept those donations. But
Correct.
you said, is it true that that the Conservancy has gone out and raised these funds? Or is it the effort of?
No. We have raised, we have substantial capital involvement in this project.
Can you
We've made a
can you
commitment.
quantify?
The Conservancy has made a financial commitment of $20,000 as part of the grant that we're getting from the state for the energy efficiency. That's $20,000 out of our funds.
And last year's contribution was $50,000.
So we have $70,000 of cash in this deal.
Well, Mark.
We don't have the same sweat equity that Mark has.
But
you
Mark,
have to look at this as a collaboration.
John's heading down the road that somehow you want to separate from them and you want to run it yourself. Is that true, or how do you see this?
First thing I want to say is I don't want to be put in a position where there's a wedge being driven between the partners of this organization and this initiative. There are 4 partners in this. There's Radnor Township is a key partner, the Conservancy is a key partner, the Friends of the Willows is a key partner, and currently Greener Partners is a key partner, and we anticipate that there's going to be additional key partners. So please, all of the commissioners, don't put me in a position where I'm being forced to separate. It is very true that without the Conservancy, we would not have been able to accept donations. As has been mentioned, we're not a 501c3. That's a critical element to obtain charitable contributions, as you all know that. We also, until recently, did not have the structure. We did not have the executive committee, the board of advisors. We did not have a strategic plan. So clearly, it was essential for us to be aligned with the Radnor Conservancy or any organization like that. The Radnor Conservancy is like-minded. They provide a lot of educational programming and benefits. These are all things that match our initiatives. To your point, do we want to create some independence of them? it's not that we want to create independence from the Radnor Conservancy or from the Township for Greener Partners itself. We are an organization, the Friends of the Willows Cottage, that are building. We're an organization that now has an executive committee, that now has a strategic plan, that now has the ability to implement programming. So we are maturing and we are evolving, and so thus that creates some independence. Though we are like-minded to the Conservancy, they have their mission, we have our mission. At many areas they complement and cross, in some areas they don't. So yes, we do want to create some independence. Would we like the ability to run programming uninterrupted at the cottage? Absolutely we would. Do we feel that the Conservancy would prevent us from doing that? I don't think this community would allow that to happen, especially in these open forums. I think it would be very simple for me to walk up in a future meeting and say, hey, by the way, Board of Commissioners, we're not getting cooperation from the Conservancy. Can you step in? I'm sure you would. I don't think that that's going to happen. I think what's been brought forth is that the Friends of the Willows is a viable organization that has substantially contributed to this initiative. We will continue to make substantial contributions to this initiative. We will continue to elevate the exposure of this initiative. We will continue to embrace and invite community businesses to this initiative, and it will be a success. So I hope that answers some of your questions.
Can I ask a question? At the very beginning of this presentation, somebody indicated, I forget who it was, that you were looking to get 501c3 status.
That's correct.
Have you applied for that?
We have.
And what's your timeline that you anticipate getting it?
From our council, it's been expressed that it could take approximately 6 months plus, and we can't give any better projection than 6 months would be the possible time frame for that to come through.
At this particular point, the Willows is still not a legal entity. It is an unincorporated association of people.
That's correct. We have an EIN number. We have our corporate papers that have been applied to the Commonwealth. We've not received that corporate documentation back yet, nor have we received the 501c3 status, which won't happen until the corporate documentation comes forth to us.
Well, okay, so you're looking at 6 months down the road. Mm-hmm. Would it make some sense, not to necessarily put all this on hold, but to have the two of you collaborate with John Rice to come up with a lease agreement which brings the Friends of Willows Cottage into this? Because I can see maybe in a year, 2 years, if the Friends of the Willows Cottage is feeling its oats, so to speak, there could be potential conflicts. So do you want to set up a contractual arrangement to anticipate and avoid them?
Well, to respond to both of you, it certainly would be our expectation. The Conservancy is not in the business of leasing property. So it certainly would be our expectation that the Friends of the Willows Cottage would evolve into an organization that probably has representation from the Conservative, representation from the Township, representation from Greener Partners if they're still here, and then becomes the tenant under this lease. We are the vehicle, there's no question about that, because we are an entity that they can lease space now.
You're sort of an incubation system,
it's an incubation
if you will.
process. The only problem I have, Hank, with the timing is that we've got to go out and do some serious fundraising. And I think that there are serious shortfalls in the lease now that really prevent us, from going out to substantial donors.
And I think everybody here agrees that the principal focus here should be preserving the cottage. And if all these other activities are complementary to and actually participate in some fashion in saving the cottage because of fundraising it performs, that's a good thing. I'm just trying to address some of the issues that John's raised, and obviously we're going to hear from the public in a little bit as well. And I just think that maybe the lease itself, as Kevin indicated, is a little bit one-sided. If Friends of the Willows Cottage is brought in as a third party on this thing, working with John Rice, perhaps we get to a lease which will satisfy not everybody, but certainly a majority of us. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I think we could do
Hank,
that.
I agree. I think that's the way to go here. I also recognize that you have a season coming up of planting, and the use at that location may need to be modified to allow for that planting season. So, you know, again, I think I like Hank's suggestion that you meet with John Rice, all three of you, discuss these issues. I am not going to be comfortable having the township enter into a lease with just the Conservancy. I really think in this case, in this particular case, it should be with the Friends of Willows Cottage.
Well, bear
because
in
of their-
mind that the existing lease is with the Conservancy.
I understand that.
We're not changing
Yeah,
the
well,
relationship.
I understand, and the terms of that lease are already set. I'm thinking beyond this point, you know, you're looking for 2 5-year terms, and that's very restrictive. And it basically says to the Friends of the Willows Cottage, you know, you don't need to be part of this. We're going to have this for 10 years. I'm not saying you're saying that, but it sends a message. And really, I see this entity growing. It's got its legs now. It's going to move ahead. It's going to be a 501c3. And it's also going to have the continued effort and workforce behind this improvement. And it sounds like Mark just indicated that there's some type of strategic plan. I would like to see that strategic plan, because this board, in order to allow a tenant to occupy this building, I think it would be good for us to see what the plans are for that building and what the potential is for that building. So it all plays together. I think it's a good time to have a dialogue, but to introduce this tonight may be a little premature. But I think we do need to do something in this area, but I don't know if it's tonight.
John, can I just-
Do we need to identify the substantive issues that you have now, tonight? I mean, I would think that you would need them in order to address them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think we let John Rice, I mean, you
Well,
could sit here and
let
go
me-
through this all night, but let John Rice, I mean, get into some of that.
But I don't get a vote, so I
Yeah.
need some direction on, there's 5 issues in this lease that this board, or a majority of you, need to give me some direction on if you want me to sit down, or 1 or 2 of you may need to sit down as a group with the Conservancy and the Friends, is the term. Right now, it's December 2011. What's proposed is a 10-year extension, 2 5-year terms. So are you comfortable with that? It's also.
John, just to be clear, it's 2 5-year terms at their option.
Correct.
At our-
Correct.
Correct.
Do you want a right to terminate this lease at
Yes.
any time for any reason?
Well, I don't know about but I wouldn't necessarily make it
But-
so one-sided that it's 100% their option.
But this is their proposed lease. This isn't my proposed lease or the town. There's a provision in here that permits a farmer and an intern to live on the site. Are you okay with that? What are the terms of that? There's things, you've had a discussion, and Kevin read that sentence regarding honey and other things, complimentary. Is that okay? I mean, I think that's a pretty common practice on these types of operations, but that's a change in what you've already approved.
See,
And then the rent.
See, I'm inclined to think, at least in terms of the term of the lease right now, what we have right now, until the Friends of the Willows Cottage gets up and running, that are incorporated, get their 501c3 status, the term is probably adequate, because we can always readdress the term later on. I understand your concern about having the ability to fundraise, and you need to have a certain amount of credibility. There's going to be extended period of time that you're going to be the tenant in order to get the funding in place. But I think that anybody watching this meeting would have to say that everybody up here on this board wants the cottage to be saved. It's simply a matter of, who's going to be doing it and how do we structure it. So I think the term probably is satisfactory for the interim. I think we should expand the use so that you can start to do the things that you need to do, as you've indicated in the lease. I think you need to address Kevin's issue concerning some of these items, maybe to clarify that they're only coming from CSAs, that they're only being plowed back in for fundraising, and maybe it's already in here, because I didn't commit it to memory. But that's my thinking.
And the other thing that's very important is we need to change the definition of premises to include the entire building.
Well, I think
Probably should have
that's-
done that in the very beginning, but we didn't.
Even the chicken coop, right?
Even the chicken coop.
Okay.
There is, I don't have any problems with what people are proposing.
John,
but
I'm fine with everything, John, so you got no problem with me. Okay.
There is some urgency because, I think as John pointed out, we've got a new season coming up, and we have all kinds of programs planned for the spring, and we don't have the rights under the lease now to really conduct those programs and fundraising events, so we would like to move along with this expeditiously.
Well, I think if you came back with a very limited list of what you need done, expand it to the premises, if certain programs, that would be more acceptable to me. But the idea that there are certain things in here, again, selling things that are not grown there. I mean, Mark talked about bringing the township businesses in and letting them, but I didn't see that anywhere in here. So
What's the amount that you were selling on those Saturdays, total volume, dollar-wise?
It diminished considerably over the season because we kept imposing new restrictions.
What was your high point,
on what
though?
GSA could, what Greener Partners could do. And after a while, they were losing money on it.
Yeah, but what was your high point any given Saturday?
In terms of the money they
Yes,
raised,
dollar volume.
I have no idea. Do you have,
Greener Partners was running the Saturday events, but from what I believe, the high point was somewhere in the range of 1,500 to 2,000.
No. It was about the highest number was 680.
Okay.
So I think maybe if you have a cap on the amount of sales that you have, maybe that's a way to address Kevin's issue of whether or not they're competing with businesses that are paying taxes.
Look, that produce Saturday sale is never going to get to the $25,000 trigger, ever. So if you want to put a trigger, I'm sure they would agree to that.
But John, you said that you kept putting more restrictions. The lease hasn't changed. So who was putting more restrictions on Greener Partners?
but the township, last year,
We're doing things not in the lease.
Yes.
That's what I wanted, right. That's what I wanted to make clear.
No, it wasn't in the lease. No, you're right.
The group went outside the lease, and then once they were told they were outside the lease, that's when you imposed the restrictions that should have been there in the first place.
Well, we can debate.
All right, I
whether-
think we've got a pretty good
You
direction.
can't debate that you
I
sold
think
stuff that was
there's
outside the
still-
lease. You admitted that. Maybe not you personally, but the group admitted
And
it.
Kevin, that was admitted last year when you brought it up, yes. There's at least one other person that's come up that wants to speak, and then we're going to close this issue. We're not going to vote on this tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen. We
You will
appreciate
give-
all your
you will
work,
give us
all you do.
direction, though,
Yeah,
as to.
yeah, with John.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sure, Dan.
Thank you, Commissioner Nagel. Dan Sherry, 3 Donald Lane. Before I get started, I would just like to address a misstatement that's been made twice by Solicitor Rice, and that is that this lease that's in effect is ending in December of 2011. That's inaccurate. What happens in December of 2011 is that this lease goes from a term of years into a periodic tenancy. It automatically renews every year unless one of the parties, the township or the Radnor Conservancy, opts out and gives 60-day notice. On top of that, the Radnor Conservancy has the right in the existing lease to cancel at any time with 60 days notice. So to the extent that there is any perception that the lease is ending, the lease end is imminent, is inaccurate. This lease continues until one of the two parties stops it. So I have a strong issue with any representation.
Let me
that
read
this
what it
lease-
says. Here's what it says, the first sentence. Term of the lease shall commence on the first day written above and shall end on the 31st day of December 2011. So that's what it says. You're right. You're right. It then renews automatically year to year, but it does, that is the initial term of the lease. That's the initial term.
Okay.
So you can cut it however you want, but that's what it
I
says.
think I'll cut it accurately as I did, sir. But moving onwards, in terms of this proposed ordinance that's going forward, Commissioner Higgins mentioned that he didn't have time to go through it or got disgusted by it and wouldn't go through it line by line. Well, I did. I went through it. I took a look at the differences, and I've actually created a table, which I've given to Sam Strike and which I'll present to you all after I'm done here. If the camera would like to put,
Dan, we're not going to put the camera on. This is public comment, not public interrogation.
Well, I'd ask for a basis for that, but I don't think I'll get it.
Well, the basis is we're not even considering it tonight. It's over and done.
It's over and done. It was on the agenda.
And now it's off. We're not voting on it. Next, when we bring it back, hopefully in 2 weeks, at that time, you can come again, and we will have the new version for you to look at.
Well, a
And you
couple
can
of other
share
things
your
that are-
comments with John Rice,
A
please.
couple other things, though, that are important to look at, aside from just the uses that was discussed at some level of specificity in terms of the selling of beef and chicken, et cetera, is the issue of rent. That really wasn't commented on very thoroughly. Under this proposed ordinance, what will happen is that the Radnor Conservancy is the entity that gets to set the rent for the Willows Cottage and keep the rent for the Willows Cottage, and then direct it to restorative efforts, apparently, although the language is a little bit vague with respect to that. I have long had an issue with that particular line of argument, because if this ordinance, as written, went into effect, you would have essentially 132 to 134 months of rent that this township could be charging for the Willows Cottage and collecting, that you would just be giving away to the Radnor Conservancy. Okay? Assuming you were charging just $1,000 a month for residential use of that cottage, which is unbelievably cheap. That's a big building. $1,000 a month. That's $134,000. That's not up to the Radnor Conservancy to pump back into a building. That's money that the taxpayers are entitled to, and then this board can direct to whatever pressing project it needs to be directed to. I've never heard why the Willows Cottage and the restorative efforts there, which were, as I understand it, always supposed to be volunteered, are now supposed to be subsidized with that money which should be going to the taxpayers at large, to their benefit. It is inconceivable that this board would give that power to the Radnor Conservancy to decide to pump back in to the Willows Cottage. It's actually, though, again, broader than that. A couple of other things.
Dan, it is going to the taxpayers to restore. That's the taxpayers' building. It's going to restore that building and make it a viable building for hundreds of years to come, hopefully. And that's why I would vote for it.
That's why you would vote for it. Well, what if, for example, Commissioner Spengler, the Radnor Conservancy decides that it is necessary to put a $15,000 Sub-Zero refrigerator into the building and use the rent proceeds for that? Is that appropriate?
I have no problem with that.
You have no problem with them spending $15,000. How about if they decided, in addition to that, to put in a $30,000 Wolf/Viking kitchen? You okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, and you're okay with that money going to the Willows Cottage and not any other project in Radnor Township? Okay, well, that's important to know that you feel that
building.
way.
Any improvements are great.
A couple other things that really do need to be addressed in terms of this proposed ordinance, and this was brought to my attention, are the non-structural alterations to the Willows Cottage. Under the terms of this proposed ordinance, any structural changes need to be addressed by Board of Commissioners or Township staff. However, anything else, the Radnor Conservancy can just do, and there's no notice as to whether or not they'll actually be able to take those alterations, those cosmetic upgrades with them, if and when the Township ever decides to take the Willows Cottage back. I understand if we're going to give them 10 years and tie the hands of potentially 5 different Board of Commissioners, because every 2 years or so there's a vote and the odd wards get replaced and then the even wards get replaced. And this term as proposed would, again, tie your hands until 2021 on this issue. But it seems, again, strange that you would allow the Conservancy to have that level of discretion in terms of what it does to the building. A couple other things in terms of the use. John Fisher, that's S-C-H-E-R, talked about wanting to take over the entire Willows Cottage. Well, the proposed ordinance actually goes further than that. It's not just the cottage. What they actually get to utilize is the entire Willows Cottage, use of the Willows Mansion parking lot for uses ancillary to any permitted use, and use of the grounds located within the Willows Park for uses ancillary to any permitted use. So pretty broad. Now, these permitted uses, which we talked a little bit in terms of selling beef and chicken and eggs, that, as Commissioner Higgins brought up, was brought to this board's attention after the Conservancy was doing it in violation of the existing lease. But additional to that, Farmer and farm interns can live there. Use of the Willows Cottage, Willows parking lots, and Willows Park for educational programming and activities. That's an additional use. Use of the Willows Cottage, Willows parking lot, and Willows Park for exhibits and activities focusing on the community farm, sustainable practices, and green principles. Use of the Willows Cottage, Willows parking lots, and Willows Park for events and fundraising activities. Then we have the one with the meats, cheeses, honey, fruits, and complimentary educational items. And then this one, which I thought was somewhat interesting, use of the Willows Cottage, Willows parking lots, and Willows Park for the selling of any product related to community farm, sustainable practices of green principles, if the vendor provides services or programming related to any permitted use. And finally, the Radnor Conservancy under this proposed ordinance is permitted to offer services relating to any permitted use to non-residents, provided that they charge the non-residents more money, or if the Radnor Conservancy is unable to get enough Radnor residents to enroll in the programs. So I take significant issue with that, particularly because I still haven't heard to date a reason why this expansion is necessary. I've heard comments that the Conservancy is a victim of their own success. I don't really know what that means. Usually when an entity is succeeding, it's not generally going to breach existing lease terms. And moreover, I still have yet to understand why a farmer responsible for tending an approximately 2-acre plot of land needs to live in the Willows Cottage. That makes very, very little sense to me. Additionally, Radnor Township incurs new obligations under this proposed ordinance, including trash removal, requirement to maintain all sewer and utility lines, and maintain all roadways abutting the premises and all parking lots located on the premises. I guess notwithstanding the fact that the Radnor Conservancy will control those parking lots, provided it's regarding a permitted use under the long list of permitted uses. Finally, Commissioner Schaefer brought up an interesting point, and that was her involvement with the Radnor Conservancy. I find it extremely curious that this now comes forward now that there are two heavily involved Conservancy individuals who now sit on this Board of Commissioners. When this initial lease was executed back in March, there were 0 on this board. Not a single person heavily connected or invested with the Radnor Conservancy was on this board. However, now John Nagel and Elaine Paul Schaefer sit on this board. Now, John Nagel has served on the Board of Directors for the Radnor Conservancy since its inception, and in recent capacities including treasurer, corporate secretary, and executive director, maybe more. I'm just going by what the Radnor Conservancy puts on its newsletters. Elaine Paul Schaefer indicated her involvement. She was vice president, it appears according to the newsletters, from 2003 and 2004, as well as 2008, and she was executive director from 2007 to 2009. So this isn't involvement that may have been in the past. This is very recent involvement, and one of the first acts of this newly formed board is to take what is called a lease addendum. Really, let's face it, it's a new lease, and put it forward even though the existing lease had only been in effect for approximately 10 months. I find that very, very disconcerting, and I'll now pass out this chart that I made. Thank you, gentlemen and lady.
Thanks for your comments. We have someone over here first, Ken.
Hello, Harriet Waldron, Boxwood Road. I have a few comments that aren't quite as lease specific as Dan Sherry's, but in terms of thinking about greener partners, the only thing green I see going on here is the use of my tax dollars to support a business that's going to be run by the township but not managed by the township. I feel that still is unfair to the businesses in our township. Why should they have to agree to participate in anything to give a stipend to the Willows Cottage? That does not seem like it is in their best interest. They all own stores. They all have employees. They all pay their employees, and they probably don't have a lot of profits right now to share with the Willows Cottage. In addition, I hear some people on the board proud that we took $150,000 in stimulus money for this project. I'm not proud of that. That money was to create jobs. I would like to know what job was created with that money. And also, we've all paid for that. Whether, it might sound good that it came from the federal government. The last time I checked, I was paying federal taxes, and I think most of you all do too.
Could I answer your question? It's $250,000, not 150,000.
I said 200.
No, you said 150.
I said
And
250,000.
if you look at the application, it delineates in the application what jobs will be created.
I hope it's more than two, which is putting a farmer up there to live.
No, it's going to, during the work phase itself, it'll employ folks, and then long-term, there's also commitments.
I think we can all look for that to happen, but
Please
I'm
do.
not buying it. And in addition to that, nobody's paying taxes in this little scheme thing that you all have going on here. I mean, you have people living rent-free, or if they're paying rent, that is a salary. If that's what they're doing in lieu of salary, they need to pay taxes. What if the farmer's a pedophile and goes after the kids that come here? How are you guys going to manage that? You're not screening the employment.
The lease amendment actually does say that any
they will
employees,
screen
yes.
it? All right, well, that's good.
So-
But it's like you've set it all up, but it's hands-off management. And we saw what happened with your last township manager when that was the attitude you took. And I think the taxpayers
Also,
of
a
Radnor
detailed
are
accounting
tired
is
of it.
required. If you would read the lease, Harriet, I think you would.
did read it.
Well, then you would have noted that there are obligations in there for reporting and all the kinds of things you just mentioned. And that being said, Ken was next, and then we're going to close comment. Sorry, Dan.
Kenneth Taylor. I sort of echo the request of Commissioner Fisher to have any and all groups that will eventually execute this lease as parties with the township to collectively or individually submit long-range plans regarding the leasehold itself and their plans for it. The community farm that started last year and this potential expansion, it is absolutely nothing more or less than the surrender of what was heretofore public access property, a portion of a public park, to another entity to carry on its activities, which can act to exclude that public if that public doesn't have the cost of admission, whether that's a share, an $800-some share for the community farm, or the cost of attending a harvest festival. My point is that may be a viable and good alternative to allowing that park fully accessible to the public, but we won't know until the groups involved submit to this board a long-range plan and some kind of a legal commitment to the plans to put those plans into effect so that we can compare the loss of the use of that party to our taxpayers, the utilization by these entities of free rent and rent derived from other individuals that it rents to determine whether the bottom line is, as Commissioner Spengler suggests, that this is a good deal for the taxpayer. The taxpayer's given up access to 2 acres. The taxpayer's going to give up access to a portion of this parking lot under this expanded lease. The taxpayers are going to give up more of the space inside the Willows Cottage itself, potential access to that. It may end up being a good deal. And I think if the entities that plan to enter into this lease can submit a legal commitment to what they plan to do with the funds and to offset this negative effect on the taxpayers, then we have something to cost-benefit analyze in going forward and approving this lease. Last point, I would also like to see the lease and any extension of it require any entity entering into this lease with the township be fully compliant with all federal and state tax regulations regarding establishment of themselves as a 501c3, 501c4, or what have you, and also comply with the state of Pennsylvania's Charitable Solicitations Registration Act. That is an act in Pennsylvania that requires any organization soliciting funds, charitable funds, to file financial reporting requirements and also to file with the state. This is an organization that the Attorney General of the state has encouraged people to check with before they contribute to Haitian relief funds. I think as a minimum, any entity that this township enters into a leasehold relationship with should have to comply with that statute as well and present evidence of that before the township signs a lease with them. Thanks.
No, no more.
That's it. I'm closing comment. No. You want him up? Come on, Baron.
Don't let it. Let him do
No.
a comment. Come on, we'll be here all night.
Yeah, Baron.
We're going to be here all night anyway.
Come on, Baron, you know. He's not fast.
You're asking for information because John is going to be looking at a lease, and I'd like to bring information up for
Great.
consideration.
You're here.
What I'd like to discuss is the underlying zoning of the Willows and how that might affect what can and can't be in a lease. The zoning of the Willows is public land use, PLU. And that's Article 18. And in 280-83, the establishment/purpose section talks about 3 requirements for the facilities or uses. In a reverse order, they talk about who they need to be owned by, that they need to be public service oriented, and the third one is non-commercial. Additionally, when you look at the actual use regulations, and I'm going to take 30 seconds to read them just so everybody can be on the same page, building or lot for the following purposes: municipal, county, state, or federal facilities, public schools, public education facilities, public parks and recreation facilities, or nonprofit community recreation facilities open to the public, public transportation facilities, public utility facilities, post office, public art gallery, public parking facilities, public library, a special exception for radio and television towers, and accessory uses on the same lot incidental to the permitted use. When you're talking, a farming venture, sales, residential use, and then a lease to and even a sublease, I'm failing to see where that falls within the permitted uses. So I'd like for perhaps John Rice and Matt Bauman to take a look at that in the creation of this new lease, although in all fairness, it also applies to the original lease. Additionally, we've had John Granger last year and in budget presentations this year talk about trying to raise revenue by selling or renting space in this building, which is also PLU and would be subject to the same restrictions. So I don't know what kind of entities you had in mind that would fit those permitted uses, but the same issue is for this building also. So I just wish that would be considered for any lease amendment.
It certainly will.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Baron.
I'd move we table this.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to table. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Next item is the authorization to develop bid specs for Cowan Park Grant Project. Tom, you want to give us a little information on this?
We've received a $100,000 grant from DCNR. We have received the funding and it is in the bank. We are looking for authorization from the commissioners to develop bid specifications so we can begin with that project. It includes the replacement of the comfort station, picnic area and overhang, and also looking at rehabbing the basketball court as well.
And there's also some displays that are going to be put there for the history.
That wasn't going to be funded through this,
Agreed.
although we were going to coordinate with them so there would be a place for them to do that upon their fundraising for that.
But the design and all will take that into account.
Correct.
Thank you.
I move the authorization.
Second.
Made and seconded. Public comment?
Thank you. I'm Jim Schneller. I live at St. David's Park, which is about a quarter mile from this location. I utilize it often and the street often. I appreciate it all 4 seasons. And I think that the board has heard from me before about this. The expenditure is outlandish. I think almost every park needs new facilities, but couldn't they have a coat of paint and wait out this economic storm? Incidentally, there is apparently a large snow removal bill, and so whereas the board was actually optimistic about the weather, this might be a nice balancing for what's going to be expended.
Can't use it for
Different
that.
expense. This is capital. Thank you, Jim. Motion made and seconded. Comment closed. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next item is to announce that we have a vacancy on the Open Space Committee. Public Health, John?
We have 2 vacancies on the Board of Health. If you are interested in serving on this board, please send your resumes and letter of interest to Bill Martin at Radnor Township, 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania. No further report.
Thank you, John. Next is public safety. Hank?
Before we get to what I think will be the main event of the evening, can we take a 2-minute break?
Sure.
Thank you.
it's right, because it's the right thing.
Wait for the show, Hank?
Just in case you were wondering, so you're a picks and needles.
Let's go.
You want me to write a letter, Kevin?
All right, let's get started again. Hank, will you pick up on public
Certainly.
safety?
Public safety, the first item, we still have a vacancy on the Civil Service Commission, which I spoke about at the last meeting. If you have interest in this, in serving on this particular commission, please send your resume and/or letter of interest to Bill Martin here at the Township Building.
Bill, we have all these announcements again and again. Is that because we have no one applying?
We have so far just, I think, 2 or 3 resumes I've sent you for all these openings. The more we advertise them, if we're looking for volunteers, the only way this organization works with civilians.
Unless the commissioners want me to come with a list of people next week, why don't we all go out and see if we can entice some people to apply for these boards? Okay?
Also, is it on the scroll, Bill?
I can double check, but it's on,
Yeah.
you know, we have announced them, they're on the website, they're on scroll, so.
Sorry, Hank.
The next item is introduction of ordinance 2010-18, which is an ordinance establishing a new Article 3 requiring prompt notification to authorities of lost or stolen handguns and imposing penalties in order to initiate the discussion, which is sure to come. I would move for the introduction of this ordinance.
Second?
John?
Motion's made and seconded. Comment from commissioners first.
I had asked Jim Higgins, actually Jim Higgins had asked me if he could address this particular matter at our last meeting.
And if Jim wants to come up, it'll be after we're finished with this.
And based upon that, Jim did make a presentation with Diane Edbrill. There's Diane sitting here in the front row. And based upon the discussion, we asked staff to prepare a draft ordinance for our consideration. We have this before us tonight. I believe the copies are in the back. I dare say that most everybody here is interested in this particular issue. If you came out for this particular issue, could I see a show of hands, please? I think my assessment was accurate. What I'd like to do is to ask any commissioners who have any particular comments about this to make them, and then John, as chair, I'd ask you to ask for comment from the public.
Thank you.
I would just like, between now and when the actual vote occurs, I'd like John Rice to issue the board a written opinion as to whether or not this is, I don't know if legal's the right word, but we've been bombarded with emails, both pro and con, and one element that people have said is state preemption laws make this an invalid ordinance. So if you can issue, between now and the next, when we take the vote, a formal opinion.
If I could even suggest further, as the discussion goes along tonight, I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of issues which fall within your bailiwick, John, in terms of legal opinion. I'd ask you to jot them down as we go along and do as Kevin asked, that is provide us with a written opinion concerning the valid, significant legal issues that you identify.
A written opinion tonight?
No. He's pretty good, but he's not that good.
Yeah, before we vote on the
Okay,
ordinance.
all right.
Yeah, this is just introduction. Any other commissioner comments?
So if we have technical questions, is now the time to ask them?
Certainly.
About the, so the first one, John Rice, meaning of transfer, is a loss or a theft of a gun a transfer? I mean, in the plain language reading, I would consider it the loss or the theft to be a transfer.
You're just too far away. You just need to go.
Is the loss or theft of a weapon a transfer?
That would be one way to describe it.
Okay.
It's been transferred illegally if it's
Yes,
been
it's still a transfer.
stolen, right.
Okay. And then somebody sent me something on Dillon's rule, which talks about the sort of the degree to which a municipality can, on a continuum, take powers from the state, or not take powers, but the separation of powers. It talks about that. Is
Right.
that applicable to this issue?
Yeah, that's part, I guess I'm starting my legal opinion, but that's part of a preemption argument. Dillon's rule is a case that essentially says that municipality, whether it's a home rule, a borough, a township, a county, only has the powers that the state says it has. So, and can only legislate in powers that are specifically enumerated, either expressly or implied. So, for example, Radnor Township could not legislate in an area of space travel. Could not go into atomic energy generation. There's sort of extreme examples, but you have to have some delegation from the state.
So the opinion that you present us will include
I will
that.
cover Dillon's rule. It's a
Very
well-known
good.
court case, and it's involved in every preemption case that's
Right.
been in the appellate court.
And the fact that we're a home rule community and are allowed to legislate in areas where the state is silent, is that not correct?
Well, you have in your charter, and this is in all the codes. There's a general health, safety, and welfare provision that a municipality can legislate in. How far you can go gets fleshed out in court cases. But that is in your home rule charter. That's in the first section of your home rule charter. You'll find it in the first class code, similar language, second class code, the borough code. There's a general health, safety, and welfare power that gets delegated to municipalities.
John, is that in general terms the police power that we have, or is
Yes.
that okay?
That's a police power provision.
Yeah, and so, John, these things can be, they don't have to be, I don't need answers tonight, but these are the sort of things that I want you to tell me when you do make your answer to us. But second is I forwarded a copy of a letter from Tom Corbett to you.
Yes.
So would you tell us the relevance of that letter? So certainly I interpreted the letter to indicate that the Attorney General thought provisions like this were inconsistent with state law, but you tell us the meaning of that, and even whether it's applicable. It might not be applicable.
Don, are you asking that be addressed as part of the brief he does for us?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I don't think he can address it tonight unless he feels he can, but.
I'd rather do it comprehensively. I mean,
Okay.
there's a
And
lot
then
of opinions on this issue.
I understand, yes. And then I also had an issue with the preamble to the ordinance, whereas reporting or lost and stolen promotes health and safety. I think there have to be a lot of links in between that. I don't think a report in and of itself can do anything for health and safety. There has to be action. And if that whereas clause is expanded to include actions, my concern is that some of those actions might be the kind of things that cause some to believe that this ordinance is preempted by state law. So you look at that and make sure that second whereas clause is sufficient from your perspective. Another issue that I'd like you to look at is there's been talk of we're not regulating the handgun because the requirement is administrative reporting, but in other areas of regulation, the reporting is linked with the regulation. So in particular environmental areas, the reporting is part of the regulation. So some in the emails and the discussion, some have separated that, so I'd like you to comment on whether that can be separated. And then those would be the only issues on my list. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Any further Commissioner comments?
Well, I would like to state that for me, the threshold issue here is the preemption issue before we even get to the merits of it. And I submit that this is an area that reasonable minds can disagree. I know that because my inbox is filled with 100 emails about saying that this statute is preempted. I also see that 25 municipalities in our state have already passed it, who obviously do not believe it's preempted. So I think we can all agree that reasonable minds can disagree on this issue. My plain reading of the plain language of this statute is that it is not preempted because the zone of activity that we are trying to regulate here after a gun has been stolen or lost does not fall within the purview of the 4 prongs: ownership, possession, transfer, or transportation. Instead, it is after that, and it's a very dangerous situation when a gun is unaccounted for in our community. And I look forward to hearing the legal opinion of this preemption issue because I do think it's a threshold issue for us.
Thank you. Any further commissioner comments? Now, for public comment, we're going to have first Radnor citizens. I could, by our rules, not take comments from people outside the community, but I don't think that's right. So we will do Radnor residents first. And then also I'd ask if there's a group of you, we don't need 10 people coming up basically saying me too. So choose an eloquent spokesman and let them represent you. So we'll start with Radnor residents.
I'd like to open it up tonight, thank you. Rich Booker, 455 Belrose Lane. I'd just like to say that the issues regarding preemption and the constitutionality of the statute, I think, are well taken. We'll wait to hear that. But as a matter of fundamental fairness, I think that it's unfair in that a law-abiding citizen who, through no fault of their own, who could be unknowingly have their gun stolen or taken by someone that they might not be cognizant of, that would then make that person a criminal. And I think that that's improper, and that in and of itself is enough to have it stricken down by this board. Thanks very much.
See, Rich, can I just interrupt for a second? If you look at section 189-9, it essentially says that once a person becomes aware that the gun is lost or stolen, that they have the obligation at that point in time. If they're not aware of it, they have no such obligation.
Well, the question is, how do you find aware? And the problem with that is you just don't want to have that kind of a definition of what constitutes aware. Is it knowingly aware, or is it known or should have known that?
It says specifically they must report it to the Radnor Township Police Department within 72 hours after discovery of the loss or theft. So if you keep a gun, say, in your side drawer, and one day you find that the gun's not there, you look around the house, you can't find it, at that point in time, that's when the discovery takes place, and then you have the 72 hours to report to the police department.
Agreed. On its face, that sounds reasonable. I would submit that there are instances where you would fall outside of that, and a reasonable person could fall outside of that and would be subject to sanctions. And I think that that in and of itself is enough to strike this down.
I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Whitehead, 113 Lantoga Road in Wayne. I've been a resident of Radnor Township for all my 29 years, and I'm here tonight to encourage you in the strongest possible terms to reject this proposition indefinitely. I'm sure that many of the folks here will do a tremendous job in outlining the facts of this case. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to touch on a few facts that I believe to be at the heart of the matter. In my opinion, the ordinance has 3 central flaws: illegality, ineffectiveness, and the questionable motive of groups such as Ceasefire Pennsylvania. First and foremost, enacting this ordinance is a violation of Pennsylvania law. The Uniform Firearms Act was put together specifically to avoid a patchwork quilt of laws throughout the state, which is exactly what Lost and Stolen Firearms Ordinance is already doing. It's a preemption violation. State Attorney General Tom Corbett, as we discussed in a written letter to Adams County DA Sean Wagner, urged officials across the state not to enact these ordinances. He stated they were not enforceable due to preemption and, in fact, opened the door for legal action against the officials. Ceasefire PA has tried to get this passed at the state level, which the law requires, but failed. Now they go from town to town in an attempt to bully local governments who have neither the time nor resources for proper research into furthering their agenda for them. When sworn in, each of you took an oath to support, defend, and obey the constitutions of Pennsylvania and the United States. You owe it to the taxpayers and to the integrity of your seats not to violate that oath on one of your very first major actions as a board. What good is that oath if it's tossed aside in the name of political expediency? Secondly, this ordinance is 100% ineffective. I know for a fact from the video that I saw that Ceasefire PA folks led you to believe that this case has been upheld in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and approximately 20 other municipalities statewide. This is totally untrue. The NRA's case was thrown out due to lack of standing. This means that a challenge cannot be issued until the ordinance violates a person's rights. This has not happened in the close to 2 years that the ordinance has been in effect in other municipalities, because not a single person has ever been charged or convicted using lost and stolen firearms. I'll repeat that. Never once has this type of ordinance been enforced in Pennsylvania. In a sad irony, its total ineffectiveness is the only thing keeping it on the books currently. Finally, I want the board to consider the position that Ceasefire PA is putting them in as we speak here tonight. Because if I were in your shoes, I would be livid. In the information you have been supplied and the presentations you have watched, the facts bear out that you have been intentionally misled. In his closing last week, when asked, I believe by Ms. Schaefer, do you have any data or anecdotes as to how effective this has been in other communities and what kind of direct effect it has had, Ceasefire PA Treasurer, Radnor resident, and ex-commissioner Jim Higgins replied, I'm going to have to get back to you. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia have had lots of good experiences. Being that the ordinance has literally never had a single effect anywhere, this is not a semantic error. This is a direct statement intended to mislead the board. I think that it's incumbent upon the board to insist that proponents of the concept prove and document the effectiveness of this measure through academic and criminal record analysis. Thus far in my research, I haven't been able to find a single case, and in fact, I have a number of studies to the contrary. Ceasefire Vice President Nancy Lamison is not only a Radnor resident, but serves on the Radnor Democrats with Commissioners Spengler and Fisher. You have all been selected as a soft target for the group to test waters in the Philadelphia suburbs here tonight. Ceasefire PA claims to be an advocacy group that strives to affect reform and save lives, but remain deafeningly silent on truly important issues, like the pathetically inept enforcement of existing gun laws. Instead, they champion lost and stolen firearms and one gun a month, both pieces of legislation that, by definition, are designed to have consequences for law-abiding firearms owners exclusively. With all due respect, you as commissioners owe your constituency so much more than this. Had this issue not been made public by the efforts of the Pennsylvania Firearms Owners Association, Firearms Owners Against Crime, and the NRA, this would have passed with little regard for the law, and even more troublingly to me, what I believe to be a shocking lack of independent research by the board. Is the board aware that this ordinance is far from revenue neutral? I know that because I've done research. Has a fiscal impact study been completed to the board's satisfaction? Not that I know of. Are we in that good a shape financially as a township that we can enact taxpayer-funded ordinances with no cost evaluation or vetting process? I don't think we are. The township's house is currently in shambles. Is this really the best use of your limited time and resources? Do what the people elected you to do and work to get the township back on its feet. Leave the gun laws up to the state where they legally belong. You have been elected to restore legitimacy to township government and convince the people of Radnor that it is no longer backroom deals, partisan agenda advancement, and business as usual within these walls. You have a very real opportunity to send that message loud and clear here tonight, but you're steps away from blowing it. If the board is truly interested in pursuing a course of action on violent crime, perhaps we could propose a unanimous resolution to the district attorney and common pleas judges, urging them to eliminate plea bargaining, pretrial release, and post-trial release for firearms offenders, and mandating full and complete sentencing for all violent firearm-related crimes, especially recidivist offenders. Ceasefire PA is using the board and the residents of Radnor to advance their agenda without regard to the council's benefit, their constituent taxpayer benefit, or the law. Please do not be known as the board that allowed this to happen. Thank you for your time.
Who wants to be next?
I'm Ed Novak. I live in Villanova. I'd like to present a scenario, even with the assumption that this proposed ordinance passes the legal muster with regard to preemption. Just step back a little and look at the practical implications of it. Somebody's going to have to supply the bookkeeping. Somebody's going to have to look at the bookkeeping. Somebody's going to have to decide what to do with the bookkeeping. And that's really the big question to me. How practical is this? If somebody steals my gun and 3 months later drops it on the floor of a liquor store robbery, and that gun is traced back to me, what good has it done anyone? What good has it done the police? What good has it done me? I can't see a practical application for this that would justify two things. One, the cost we may have to bear in fighting the preemption ordinance, and two, the cost for all the bookkeeping involved when there really isn't a practical benefit to it. That's all I have.
I'm Pat Hartel. I live on Audubon Avenue in Wayne, where I've lived for, I guess, 35 years. Gentlemen and lady, the commissioners are here tonight to consider passing an ordinance to make it a crime for any resident of Radnor not to report a stolen firearm. A firearm is personal property, just as is a painting, a silver tray, or a piece of jewelry. It is not lawful to require a resident to report a stolen painting, a piece of silver or jewelry that's stolen, and it should not be required to report a stolen firearm. To require a Radnor resident to report a stolen firearm, in my opinion, is an infringement of a person's constitutional right under the Second Amendment to the Constitution, just as it would be an infringement of his constitutional right if any of the other amendments were thusly infringed upon. I strongly oppose this infringement of my personal rights and urge the commissioners to vote against this proposal. I'm happy that Brian Lentz gave me the Pennsylvania Uniform Firearms Act, and I reviewed it thoroughly. Section 6120 is a limitation on the regulation of firearms and ammunition. No county, municipality, or township may in any manner regulate the lawful ownership, possession, transfer, or transportation of firearms, ammunition, or components when carried or transported for purposes not prohibited by the laws of the Commonwealth. In the over 35 years since the enactment of Section 6120, Pennsylvania's courts, including the Supreme Court, have uniformly interpreted its provisions to preempt local governments from legislating with respect to possession, use, ownership, or transportation of firearms. In 1996, in the case of Ortez versus the Commonwealth, our Supreme Court, in a dispute whether or not home rule municipalities can ban certain weapons, said that by enacting Section 6120, prohibiting local regulation of ownership, possession, use, or transfer of firearms, denied all municipalities, including those operating under home rule charters, authority to legislate in this regard. The issue of firearms-related preemption is currently being litigated in 3 cases pending in the state appellate courts, all from enactment of ordinances in Philadelphia. Perhaps Philadelphia would better serve its citizens if it expended its money and energy in eliminating drugs and drug dealers from its boundaries, rather than constantly blaming everything on guns. And we must also ask ourselves, what would this ordinance really do for Radnor? Now, if the ordinance were to require that all stolen roses be reported, and residents were fined for not reporting that their roses were stolen from their gardens, it would become a real nuisance. And little by little, people in Radnor just might stop growing roses. Imagine that. Perhaps if it is a nuisance to report stolen roses, it might be true of guns. And perhaps the real purpose of this legislation is to discourage people from buying guns. Imagine that. And what if a stolen gun is reported? Will that prevent the person who stole the firearm from committing a crime? Not likely. Not likely at all. I see this entire campaign as a clearly plotted plan to try to punish persons who own firearms and enjoy hunting and gaming as well as target shooting. A really insidious campaign to deny us of our rights under the Second Amendment. I urge our commissioners to vote this ordinance down. Thank you.
Pat, just 1 second. Pat? Excuse me, Pat? Could you you go back up there for a
Oh,
second?
I'm sorry, where you can hear me.
I just had a question.
Sure.
You said that litigation was still ongoing. Are you referring to the NRA versus City of Philadelphia case?
There are 3 cases ongoing. I don't have them I have them in my notes. I can tell you what they are.
I just wonder, I know the NRA versus Philadelphia case was decided by the Commonwealth Court, again on the standing issue. Was that taken up to the Supreme Court?
I have them, and I'll be giving them to the
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I have the Commonwealth Court decisions were last summer, June of '09.
Right.
And there's a Pittsburgh case, which is the other one, and again, it was on a standing issue.
That was the Allegheny County Court that decided that one.
Standing on this particular ordinance, there were 5 ordinances in the Philadelphia case.
Right.
2 were struck down, the other 3, court ruled there was no standing to challenge. So there's been no decision.
And one of the remaining 3 that was on standing was a lost or stolen
Right, right. It was the
ordinance.
reporting ordinance.
Thank you, Pat. I just wanted to get clarification on that. Thank you.
I can look them up and give them to you. I have
Good evening, gentlemen, lady. Thank you for the opportunity to appear again. My name is Jim Higgins. I live on Chestnut Lane in the Township. I am treasurer of Ceasefire Pennsylvania and a board member as well. Ceasefire Pennsylvania is a statewide organization of several thousand members dedicated to enacting sensible gun safety and gun violence prevention laws at the state and local level where appropriate. When I appeared here on January 25th, I asked the board to consider introducing this ordinance, lost and stolen reporting. And I'd like to describe in general terms what this ordinance is all about. If an owner of a firearm, particularly a handgun, not a long gun or a shotgun, loses that weapon or has it stolen, he or she has an obligation under this ordinance, if it's passed, to report the fact to the police once the person knows that it has been lost or stolen. So there's a scienter requirement here. This is not a strict liability ordinance. The person has to know that it's been lost or stolen. If the person fails to do that, there is a penalty. It's a $1,000 fine and up to 90 days in jail. Now, what's the purpose of this ordinance? In spite of, or notwithstanding the statements that we've heard so far, it's not an attempt to infringe on people's rights. This is simply an ordinance that would require reporting. It's not the regulation of possession, ownership, transfer, or transportation of firearms. It's an ordinance regulating the reporting of your weapon when it's lost or stolen. The rationale behind the ordinance is this. We have in this state and in many states in the country a very healthy trade of guns legally purchased that end up on the illegal market. And it's done through the device of straw purchasing. If a person has a criminal record and is ineligible to purchase a weapon in Pennsylvania, he or she will enlist the aid of a friend who has no record. That friend is called the straw purchaser. So the straw purchaser makes the acquisition at a gun show or a gun shop and then transfers the weapon or weapons to the person with the criminal record. And from there, the weapons go out into society, go out into commerce, onto the streets, where they end up in the hands of criminals, and they end up killing people. And they're used in the drug trade, they're used in other illegal endeavors. If we have this ordinance passed in Radnor, it will require a person to make a decision if they're asked to participate as a straw purchaser. The decision they'll have to make is, well, am I going to be engaged in this illegal activity, or am I not going to do it? If I engage in it, then I am subject to being prosecuted if the police come to me and tell me my gun was used in a crime to kill somebody. How did it get out of my hands? And I will no longer have the defense of saying it was lost or stolen. At that point, I will have to say, I'll say nothing, or the person will have to admit that they gave it to somebody for illegal purposes. Alternatively, the person may choose never to get into this.
Excuse me, Mr. Higgins. May I ask a question now?
Yes.
Is that all right?
Sure.
Isn't that the part where you're affecting the transfer, though? That's the nature of the question that I asked for Mr. Rice, that what you just said to me, what I heard was that the stated intent was to affect how weapons are transferred. And that's the part.
Well, Commissioner,
Is that-
you and I spoke on the
Yes,
phone
I
on
understand.
this
Right,
week, and
yes.
I tried to help you with that concept. I went back to Black's Law Dictionary today, 6th edition, and I'm going to read Black's Law Dictionary, the definition of transfer. And the context here, Mr. Rice, is that the state preemption statute regulates the transfer, ownership, possession, or transportation of firearms.
I've got it in front of me.
Transfer. I don't know what your example is, Mr. Curley. Is the weapon has fallen down a sewer grate, or it's fallen out of somebody's pickup truck, or what? But here's the definition of transfer. An act of the parties or of the law by which the title to property is conveyed from one person to another. The sale and every other method, direct or indirect, of disposing of or parting with property or with an interest therein, or with the possession thereof, or of fixing a lien upon property or upon an interest therein, absolutely or conditionally, voluntarily or involuntary, by or without judicial proceedings, as a conveyance, sale, payment, pledge, mortgage, lien, encumbrance, gift, security, or otherwise. The word is one of general meaning and may include the act of giving property by will, and there's citations there. So I think the answer is that losing your firearm, losing a handgun, or having it stolen is not a transfer within the meaning, the way the word is used in the statute. There was reference to Attorney General Corbett's letter to the district attorney in Adams County, which is Gettysburg. I've read that letter, and I have it here, and if any of the commissioners want it. The problem with the Attorney General's letter is that he doesn't get, it's not a scholarly examination of the preemption statute. He doesn't get into the fine print. He doesn't get into the meaning of possession, ownership, transfer, or transportation. All he does is discuss the preemption cases that have been decided. He discusses the statute itself, and he makes this broad brush determination that, well, Pennsylvania legislature knows best, and it's preempted all the municipalities that have tried to enact this. I'll wind up now. We've had 25 municipalities in the Commonwealth enact this already, largely as a result of the efforts of Ceasefire Pennsylvania and the Mayors Against Illegal Guns, a statewide organization. I have a list of the municipalities here. We're doing that because we feel that our General Assembly in Harrisburg is controlled by the gun lobby, will not take action to protect the citizens of Pennsylvania. And so we're taking it down to the lowest level, to the municipalities, and we're asking them to act. And just for your reference, what are we talking about with gun violence? I don't have statistics for Pennsylvania. Maybe my colleague Diane Edbrell does. But this country loses 30,000 people per year to guns. That's and 11,000 murders. That's in contrast to every other civilized nation in the world. The highest number is 375, and I think that's Germany or Italy, murders, compared to 11,000 in this country. We have 18,000 suicides and some 3,000 accidentals. So I'm kind of getting off track here, but my point is that we need this legislation. It'll be a great crime-fighting tool for our police. It will help our police solve crimes and will stanch the flow of legal guns into the illegal market. I asked for you to enact it.
Jim, I had a question, and then you caused me to have a second question. My first question, is the primary intent of this to prevent those straw purchases?
Primary intent of this is to stop the flow of illegal guns into, or the flow of legal guns into the illegal market through straw purchasing.
Then why wouldn't you have proposed an ordinance that was more specific?
Give you an example.
Well, I mean, why don't you just say it's illegal? I'm not the lawyer here, but it's illegal to purchase a gun on a straw purchase for somebody who's not eligible to purchase a gun.
There are statutes already on that subject.
Okay.
But they're not working. As I explained,
Okay.
the police go find the person, they go to the gun dealer, find out who the purchaser was, and there's a dead end because the purchaser says, I lost my weapon or it was stolen.
Okay.
This will take that excuse away.
Okay. My second question is a reaction to your comments, and maybe I didn't quite grasp it accurately. But part of the logic you use is the General Assembly, which is supposed to be the regulator of this, isn't doing their job.
Not of this, not of this.
Well, of guns. So you're
Transfer, ownership, possession,
Okay.
and transportation.
So
This is not one of those four.
right, but you stated that they're not doing their job.
They're not doing their job in a lot of areas.
Right.
A lot of areas. In this area, we feel the local municipalities can do the job.
Okay.
Can I just ask one quick follow-up? In the other municipalities that have passed this, if someone reports a lost and stolen gun, and the police department receives that report, what then does the police department do with that? Is there an investigation? Do they go look and see if they can find the gun, or?
I think our acting police superintendent would be better able to answer that. By the way, I have Joe Grace, the executive director of Ceasefire, here tonight, and my colleague Diane Edbrell, formerly director of Ceasefire. They might be able to answer that question and others.
Okay.
May I respond, Mr. Higgins? My name's Austin Hepburn. I live on Upper Gulf Road in Radnor. I have two documents I want to share with you, and thank you for this opportunity. The first document is an article about Lynn Abraham. I'm sure Ms. Schaefer knows who she is. I'm sure that you all know who Lynn Abraham is, District Attorney of Philadelphia, anti-gun individual. Her comments on the same legislation passed in Philadelphia are, she said this at a hearing, her opinion is that the laws passed last week are illegal and will be challenged as soon as the first person is charged under the new statutes. She added she thinks a defendant bringing a court challenge...
Excuse me, Austin? Well, she was referring to that group of laws they passed, right? There was like 5 ordinances?
Yes, but she's also, yes.
Okay.
So in response to Mr. Higgins's comment that this would be a useful tool for local police, he's absolutely wrong. This would not be a useful tool. As soon as an individual is charged for not reporting his lost or stolen gun within 72 hours, this case will go to court and will be shot down because it's unconstitutional. The preemption law will hold. The second, and I will share this document with you by email tomorrow.
Excuse me, I have a question. You just, over here, Austin. Yeah. You just stated that it would be shot down because it's unconstitutional. How do you know that? The courts decide that, not you or I.
Well, Lynn Abraham believes it's unconstitutional.
Lynn Abraham is not the Supreme Court. She's not the Supreme Court.
Well, we have, you know, hey, I have a copy of Tom Corbett's letter here. Mr. Higgins believes that it's not very scholarly, but I believe that it is very to the point, and I believe that Tom Corbett has positioned to make a judgment on this. And his judgment is extremely clear. In our view, the existing body of law and the consistent application of the principles of preemption, at a very minimum, counsels great caution in dealing with locally enacted ordinances which affect firearm use, ownership, possession, and transportation. Given what the courts have said, we believe it would be inappropriate to treat such enactments as invalid. So he's making it very clear. He's the Attorney General of the state of Pennsylvania. I think
he doesn't make, the Attorney General does not make the laws. They enforce the laws. The courts make the laws and decide whether they're valid or not.
You know,
legislature makes them.
Sorry. They get challenged in court and then...
You know, I think Ms. Hartel had some very good points to make, and I'd like to expand on those points. You know, I think we all know that this legislation is an attack on lawful gun owners, and it's not an attempt to make us safer. Basically, if the goal was to make us safer, And because 7.5% of all homicides in the state of Pennsylvania are committed with a knife, why are we not forcing anybody who has found that they've lost or had a knife stolen from their kitchen to report it within 72 hours? How about all the overdoses of prescription drugs? Why aren't we forcing people to report that within 72 hours? How about chainsaws and garden implements? How about hammers? How about cars? How many people die from cars? Stolen cars. Why isn't there a law 72 hours?
Austin,
Excuse me, Austin, wait one second.
This is about...
Everybody, hold on. Everybody, please keep quiet while someone's talking. You really have to be civil in this discussion, okay? Whether you're for the speaker or against the speaker. Sorry for interrupting you, Austin.
Hey,
Austin, can I ask you a
thanks,
question?
Yeah.
Are you objecting to the requirement to report in and of itself, or are you objecting to the consequences of not reporting?
Well, I think that the consequences, I think that enacting an ordinance that's focused on the law-abiding gun owner is a mistake. I think we need to enforce the gun laws that we have. I think this is a circumventing process to try and intimidate people from buying guns. I think that in the end, it's going to be the law-abiding, maybe senior citizen or person who is steadfastly against breaking any law whatsoever that feels uncomfortable having a gun because if it does disappear, they might be charged. They might be sent to jail. This is about intimidating gun owners. This is not about... And let's face it, Radnor, we don't have a gun shop in Radnor. We do not have straw purchasing that we know of going on in Radnor. We don't have a problem with this. This is not Radnor. This is an insult to the Radnor law-abiding gun owners. We don't need this ordinance. We need, frankly, for Philadelphia to enforce the gun laws that are already on the books. So, hey, I would respectfully ask all the commissioners to please vote this down and keep Radnor out of this problem. Thank you very much.
I'm John Bowers, 219 Radnor Chester Road. The second speaker, I hope his words will be presented in writing for consideration by our council and will be looked at by you guys. It in a very complete way covered all the points I thought of, and so I won't bother repeating them, but I hope that will be entered in as research or reference in your consideration. A point that was made to Mr. Curley, I thought with a supercilious way, the definition that I heard of transference included the word involuntary. So I'm not an attorney, I only heard it once, and I know you try to help people who don't understand what they should understand. But it sounded as though transference was included in it the involuntary transference of a gun being stolen. So I think this does seem, by my lay reading of it, to be included in the preemption, another preemption thing. What really annoys me is that I believe we're being played for suckers. I think this is a Trojan horse, and like the original Trojan horse was very attractive on the outside, but what it contained was a lot less edifying in the original, and I think that's the case here. I think it's since the people who have been judged to be in charge of this sort of thing, which is our state legislature, we have a very strong Second Amendment in our own Constitution, and they have appropriately, in my view, relegated to themselves the rights to make the laws in this area. Having met that stone wall, these folks are now trying to go out with these Trojan horses and plant them in many cases, I think, well-meaning and unsuspecting local municipalities. One of the fatal flaws of this sort of an approach is that the assumption is that if it looks good and has some sort of a desirable sounding goal, then all other issues are off the table. I spoke with one commissioner before this meeting, and his question to me was, why wouldn't you report a stolen gun? And my reply is, that's not the right question. I would report a stolen gun, but does that mean that because I would, and I think most people would, that it's appropriate for us to be making a law concerning it? And I think the answer is no. There are lots of poor outcomes that we would like to see changed. There are a lot of people dying of the failure to eat appropriately and not exercise. Do we want to be passing laws to change those outcomes because they're good outcomes? That's not a compelling case. We live in a country where the assumption is that the liberties are individual, as are the responsibilities. And we cede to our elected officials opportunities to place regulations and restrictions on us, but the burden rests incredibly heavily on any action taken by any governmental body to restrict those freedoms. The burden of proof rests on why you should do it. I believe in this case, not only is it a fool's errand for us to get into this, because as soon as has been pointed out, as soon as the first case is brought on this, it will, I believe, be successfully defeated, but at my expense. So I can't get my trash picked up anymore. I have to drag it out for 150 feet twice a week because our funds are disappearing in this township. But we're signing up or contemplating signing up to defend a pointless statute that is, I think, going to be judged unconstitutional. I hope we are not foolish enough to do this, and I would recommend that you defeat this absolutely.
My name is Elaine Scherer. I live at 231 South Ithan Avenue in Rosemont. I'm not going to speak about preemption or any constitutionality. I'm going to speak as a law-abiding citizen. And as a law-abiding citizen, I feel that most people would want to report their stolen or lost guns. And so we should have the ordinance, because then it is recorded as to what the number was. Because if they were a law-abiding citizen, they registered their gun when they bought it. And then if something happens later, there's no problem. They have already bought it. And the people who are there, who haven't reported it, it's because of a transfer, something illegal. So I think any law-abiding citizen would want to report it, and I support this ordinance wholeheartedly.
Good evening, everyone. Diane Edbrill, Spruce Tree Road in the 2nd Ward. As you all know, in past years I've worked professionally for Ceasefire PA, but tonight I am here as a concerned resident of Radnor Township. I'm thrilled to see in the audience so many people, other township residents who are here in support of this ordinance because they want to join the many law enforcement and municipal leaders across Pennsylvania who support this legislation. I have a few remarks that I made notes about before I came over here today, but I wanted to just briefly address a couple of the things that some of my fellow township residents on the other side of this discussion raised. I think to the gentleman who left, his remark about involuntary transfer, involuntary, I think, really speaks to by order of court or some other legal operation, but is not to be equated with unknowing, which I think is what a lost or stolen event refers to. So the fact that it was in Jim's very well-researched definition, I think, is not really an issue. I think to Mr. Booker's hypothetical, oh, he's also gone.
Can you just address the board and not?
I'm sorry.
Just don't.
It's an old
turn to
habit.
anybody.
I'll do my
Okay.
best, Commissioner Spengler. Mr. Booker talked about a hypothetical situation in which a law-abiding gun owner would get caught by this ordinance and be hurt even though he or she had done nothing wrong. Well, you know, it was a hypothetical. And I think when you look at what's really going on, as Mrs. Scherer said, law-abiding people who own guns, who realize that they're lost or stolen, will report it for a lot of reasons. Number one, because if they don't report it, they'll never get it back if it's recovered by the police. Number two, if it's insured and it's invaluable, they're never going to get money back on it if they don't report it. And number three, because it's the right thing to do. And so who doesn't report lost and stolen guns? People who are buying them for criminals. That's why the Pennsylvania Police Chiefs Association supports lost and stolen reporting. That's why the State District Attorneys Association supports this ordinance. It's because the people who don't report their guns lost and stolen are the ones giving them and giving them to, selling them to the criminals who are committing crimes. And while it's true that Radnor's not Philadelphia, I think it would be foolish for any of us to believe that we're insulated from gun violence. I mean, there was discussion that Lieutenant Antonini raised at the last meeting about the resolution of a case that involved somebody shooting at our police officers on Meadowwood Road a year or two ago. People have access to guns in this township. Criminals increasingly are coming into our community in broad daylight, breaking into homes. I just got an alert from the police today saying that there was a home broken into on Radnor Chester Road and World War II memorabilia was stolen. Well, if they're smart enough to figure out how to do that, then you can be assured they're hoping to find guns too. So, on to my original comments. Before I came here, I was watching this meeting on television in my home. I was taking care of my family. And before the meeting commenced its public portion, when you guys were over in the other room having your executive session, there was the scroll we all know about, the public information that the township puts out to advise the members of our community. So I was sort of taking note of what I saw there because it really ties into the public health, safety, welfare, and police power that this township is permitted to exercise under its whole home rule charter. And for years, this township has embraced that mission because that's really what we want our local government to do. We want it to ensure our health and safety and welfare and security. We have a police force. We have a public health department. So some of the things I saw on the scroll were important tips on how to prevent West Nile virus from spreading, how to avoid the collection of water, how to keep vermin out of your backyard. There's advice about don't let the crap build up on your barbecue, that's important information because it helps keep us safe and healthy. Then there were the public safety tips about what to do when you go away to safeguard your property, to keep your items, your family safe. It talked about the role, the partnership that the police department has with all the members of this community to keep us safe, and the resources that are available for the residents of the township to take advantage to increase that safety. We can tell the police when we're going away. We can, let them know when we're installing an alarm system. There's a great partnership between members of the community and law enforcement, and I think this lost and stolen reporting is an important piece of that relationship. Number one, it does protect the gun owner because if that gun is lost or stolen and it's ever recovered, then somebody has a way to get that gun back to them. Number two, it protects the community because if you're not reporting it, then chances are you really are a criminal. And number three, it protects our police. And I think that this is something that people really haven't talked about. But something, if I had a loved one on the police force, I would want to know that the members of the community that he or she was policing would let his department know if they had a gun stolen. Because if that car, that white van driving around, stealing a gun from my neighbor's house, a week later is at this location and the municipal police drive up to get involved in preventing that robbery or intercepting those wrongdoers, well, I would really want to know whether the week before that they had stolen a gun from another neighborhood in that community. And I think that's an important piece of this that we shouldn't overlook. And the last piece that I wanted to mention was on this scroll, in addition to the West Nile tips, the vermin prevention, the burglar alarms, we have an ordinance in this township that says you can't use a BB gun or an air pellet or, an air pistol in this township. You can't do it. Why? Because it endangers the public. That's why. That's not what it says on the scroll, but that's why this township passed that ordinance, because it protects the community. And that's what Lost and Stolen is about. Now, you guys know I come to these meetings, you've got a lot on your plates. You've got a lot of tough decisions to make about very serious matters over the next several years as you serve out your terms. This is something, you're going to get your legal opinion. There are going to be disagreements about it, but I think in the end, the evidence is going to weigh in favor of constitutionality and legality. And remember what your role is. You are here to make sure that we are safe and healthy in our communities. And being the 26th municipality in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to pass lost and stolen reporting is a huge step in that direction. And I urge you all to embrace it. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Diane, can you answer the question I asked before about other communities and how they, what they do with the information once they get it, that there's been a lost and stolen?
Whenever the chair decides that a non-resident of the township can speak, I'd like our executive director of Ceasefire Pennsylvania, Joe Grace, to come up to the rostrum, and he'll answer your question for you.
Oh, all right. Well, in that case, shall I do it?
Is there anyone, other residents?
Further Radnor residents wish to participate?
I'm a Radnor resident.
Great.
My name is Jennifer Stein. I am also on the board of Ceasefire. We've had a family incident.
Jennifer, would you tell us where you live, please?
I live at 228 Spruce Tree Road in Radnor. I wanted to really encourage the commissioners to seriously consider this and join the other municipalities across the state who have decided it's important to show our representatives in Harrisburg that there is a serious interest in taking gun ownership seriously and using guns responsibly, and that there's a willingness in the public to do that. This ordinance should be considered very seriously because I believe that it does not in any way intimidate a law-abiding citizen's right to own guns or to purchase guns. It just encourages them to use them responsibly. When a gun is reported lost or stolen to the police, it saves a lot of time for the police so that they're not tracking down the original owner that purchased the gun to see if they were in fact involved in the crime. And in that way, it also protects the original gun owners so that they're not held responsible for a crime. It's less likely that they would report it to the police if they were actually selling it to someone else. If a gun, this way also, it can help the police if a gun is reported stolen before it could be possibly used on a crime or in a crime on any one of you or me. If someone tracks it down first, it maybe could be very beneficial. And there was a case, although that was not in Pennsylvania, where a father reported a gun lost when he discovered it, and within 24 hours they had discovered that the son had taken it to school. They intervened in looking at blogs and things that were out on Twitter and Facebook, and apparently he was planning to plot some sort of shooting in school, and this was completely intercepted because the father of the son reported it stolen and had no idea that his son has taken it to school. I would also like you to seriously consider the fact that a gun is not something like a piece of artwork. It is a serious lethal weapon which can take a life much faster than a knife. You've never heard of a drive-by stabbing that happens. And I would like to emphasize the point that if you own an automobile, which is also a right and a privilege, and you don't use it responsibly, you lose the right to drive that automobile. And I think the same should be true for a handgun. If you're not able to own it responsibly and use it responsibly, then maybe you shouldn't have the right to own it. No one here is trying to take away anyone's right to own a gun, but we're trying to raise the bar and raise the awareness of the need to examine our behavior in owning guns and how to do that as responsibly as possible. So I really would urge you to seriously see through the red tape and the political wrangling that's going on this topic and do the right thing as the other townships in this state have done. Thank you very much.
Hi, Thomas Morabito. I'm 750 West Haverford Road. There's been a lot of talk about how Ceasefire PA says that this legislation is an effort of them to stop and prohibit straw purchases, which is an honorable thing to do, but I believe they've misrepresented that there already is a legislative framework in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to deal with straw purchases. Subsection 6111 of Section 18 of the Pennsylvania Firearms Act, of the Pennsylvania Code says that any person who knowingly or intentionally sells, delivers, or transfers a firearm in violation of this section commits a misdemeanor of the second degree, and any person who knowingly or intentionally sells, delivers, or transfers a firearm under circumstances intended to provide a firearm to any person, purchaser, or transferee who is unqualified or ineligible to control, possess, or use a firearm under this chapter commits a felony of the third degree. And that applies to felons. That applies to people who would use someone who is legally allowed to purchase a firearm, to secure a firearm for themselves to commit a crime. This legislation is already enacted because straw purchasing is illegal, and it should be illegal. And in order to prevent that, we have these laws, and enacting another law where the burden of proof, the ordinance in question, the burden of proof falls on the gun owner. It falls on the victim of the crime to prove that they had no knowledge of this theft, of this loss, and the burden of proof in our society should be on the government. It should be on the prosecutor, it should be on the township, it should be on whatever prosecuting entity needs to prove that there was a law that's been broken. It should not be on the citizen or the victim who had their property stolen. And it sets up the possibility that a prosecutor or a government or any type of agency that has been tasked with enforcing the laws, they could potentially abuse this legislation in a way where victims of this theft of firearms could have to defend themselves in court, and they have to prove that they had no prior knowledge of this theft, of this loss. There already is a legislative framework to deal with these straw purchases, and I advocate that we don't enact more legislation that will just fall on the township, both possibly legally, but certainly financially, to deal with something that Pennsylvania already has dealt with in their crime code. Thank you.
AJ, can I ask you, just to react to his say you find a gun that was lost or stolen and it wasn't reported. Just play out that for me. And you went to the person, you knew you found out who it was, and they said, well, gee, I didn't know about it. This is the first I've heard about it. Would you accept that, or what? How
Well, we'd ask them to fill out a statement, an unsworn statement, saying if they lied to us, they could be prosecuted. I did prepare something for the commissioners. It's been given to Mr. Martin to forward along today. It talks about just that specific crime of straw purchases. And again, if they lie to us and they did a straw purchase, they could be prosecuted under the unsworn falsification and also under the Straw Purchases Act. But it is possible that somebody doesn't know that their weapon is missing, and we would make every effort to determine if that's the truth or not.
Good evening. Dan Sherry, 3 Donald Lane. Some very interesting comments thus far. Quick question, just for clarification. Violations of this ordinance, should it go into effect, would that be handled by the Delaware County District Attorney's Office?
The local ordinance. Township would prosecute.
The township would prosecute?
Right.
Okay, who would be the attorney that would handle that?
Probably my office.
The solicitor would prosecute?
Correct.
Okay. 2 other questions I had, and I'll certainly defer to Ceasefire or anybody else who knows the answers to this. I'm interested to hear that 26 other municipalities have passed something similar to this. Has any other township in Delaware County passed anything like this?
Can I address tonight there is the Borough of Swarthmore has this identical statute or ordinance under consideration, and we expect it to pass. The Borough of Hatboro in Montgomery County has it under consideration, and we expect that to pass.
Okay, those are in Delaware County?
You're supposed to address the board, not ask questions of the public. You're here to address the board.
Oh, I appreciate that, Commissioner Spengler. The other question that I had was whether or not, and again, ceasefire can certainly answer this unless Commissioner Spengler deems that inappropriate, I guess. Are there any townships that have recently undertaken an examination, townships that are local, and decided not to go forward with this particular ordinance?
Again, you're supposed to address the board. You're not here to ask the public questions.
Do you know the answer to my question, Commissioner Spengler? You don't know the answer to my question, okay?
Dan, it's public comment, not
Well, it looks
public
like
question and
Commissioner
answer.
Higgins, excuse me, Commissioner Higgins, I said, that's inappropriate. That's actually Jim Higgins, I believe, is going to be answering that.
Dan, I think your question was, have there been any townships in the state of Pennsylvania?
No, in the vicinity.
In the vicinity that have considered this and rejected it? To the best of my knowledge, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, Nancy.
Hello, I'm Nancy Lamison, and I live on Matlack Lane, and I've been with Ceasefire for 10 years, starting off the Myanmar March 10 years ago. And I'm passionate to save lives, and I think this is about saving lives. And it may be a small step, and it may be just a few, but we have police in the past 7 years. There were 19 police in Pennsylvania who've been killed. And my hairdresser, who in Wayne, has 2 sons in the police. And she said, every day they go to work, I am terrified. And if you've all lived in or been in the Army or something, you are frightened. There are times when you're frightened. When if you are the mother of these 2 men who are before this every day, this is a very small step. And it would be great if there would be guns reported lost and stolen, and they would go to the owner, and the owner would turn out to have been acting for a criminal. It could and hopefully would cut down on life and rather promote life and have cut down on death. And I think this is an issue of life and death. And it's, it's all very well talking about this little ordinance here and turning about, it was like same as jewelry. It isn't. This is a lethal weapon, and this is a very, very serious conversation. And I would like you all to consider it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anything further?
I just want to interject one thing. When I was trying to do a little research of my own on this thing, I came upon this Mayors Against Illegal Guns, which is this national organization which is attempting to deal with the proliferation of guns in the hands of criminals. And I don't know when this item was written, but here it said, since 2005, 13 law officers have been shot and killed in Pennsylvania in the line of duty. More than half of the guns used in those murders were stolen. Obviously, this preceded the information that Nancy gave us because the number you said was 19. But the thing that struck me was that half of these officers were killed with guns that were stolen. And that, to me, really struck a chord, that we're not simply protecting the citizens by passing this thing, we'd be protecting police officers as well. And that's probably one of the reasons why we have heard that police departments around the state are supporting this, including one of the, I forget the gentleman's name, but the gentleman from the Pennsylvania State Police, Pulowski, was supporting it as well. Just a comment I wanted to make.
I guess, I don't know, Bill, maybe it's directed at best at you, just to follow up on Hank's comment. If we can get a list of, the fraternal or police or other organizations that have taken a position in favor of or against that, so I can understand it, because one would think the police department would be in favor, but in the email Jim Higgins sent to me, I'm going to react to your specific words. You said they don't object. Now, I spend a lot of time around lawyers, and don't object and support are very different.
I said that police departments in the state do not object.
Email you sent to me, there were 2, I don't have it with me, but there were 2 bullet points in there, and you specifically, instead of saying they support the ordinance, you said they don't object.
I'm not sure I'm following that. I know, starting with the State Police Commissioner, Colonel Pulowski, on down.
If you look at the email you sent to me.
Okay, I will, thank you.
If you want to correct it, that's okay with me.
I'll take your point.
But the word I specifically looked at reacted to the word that does not object.
And I know we have the district attorneys and the International Association of Chiefs of Police behind this, and the state police. And I assume the 25 other municipalities that have enacted this, all those police departments support it. So, but I'll check for you. Mr. Chairman, is it appropriate now for?
No.
Oh, you already spoke?
Yeah, but I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Mahoney's statement about the 13 police officers that had been killed, and it's a tragedy, no doubt. And I guess two things that strike me as far as that goes. An enaction of an ordinance of this type would go something like this. First of all, the policeman would still be killed. Second of all, when they found the gun, they would say, I mean, they're not going to, I mean, the criminal has killed the police officer. They find the gun, and now they know where, because handguns are when you buy them, they know whose it is. They came back to you as the owner and said this gun was used in a killing, and you didn't report it lost and stolen, Mr. Mahoney. And Mr. Mahoney says, I had no idea that was gone. Okay. The burden of proof is then on them to prove that you knew and failed to report. And secondly, beyond all that, the people that were killed, and this is all in the information that I've emailed to everyone and that you'll get in spades, but the people that, generally speaking, the people that killed these police officers had zero business being out on the street. The recidivist offenders, they're people that have been the recipients of straw purchases. They're people that have rap sheets from me to you, and the lack of the court system following through. We gave them 5 years on a possible 10 years. They were out in 20 months because of overcrowding. On violent criminals, there's better things. I mean, let's keep the guy off the street instead of wasting our money and our time to come back to you and have you say, I had no idea. I kept that thing in a shoebox. I guess that was mine. I apologize. I mean,
I don't know whether, in fact, the individuals who did the killings here were recidivists or not. All I'm just was citing was the fact that this particular site had indicated that over half of the guns used in killing 13 law enforcement officers were stolen.
Right.
I was just making that point.
And just the point that I was trying to make is that knowing where those guns came from doesn't keep those officers alive. Keeping the people who killed them off the street keeps those officers alive. I would think, and I would hope, that a group like Ceasefire, with time and effort and energy and passion, would really dedicate themselves, to go into the judges of Philadelphia, to go into the judges of Delaware County, and saying, "Hey guys, we're lobbying you. We're going to be on you about enacting mandatory sentencing, about keeping these people off the street." But instead, it's this and one gun a month. You've never committed a felony. You've never done anything wrong, so you can buy a gun, which is your legal right. But now we're going to tell you can only buy one gun a month. It's not. It goes to the point of is there better things we can be doing to protect people?
Well, you've said that in the past, so would you give somebody else a chance?
I'm Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's. I think that we should be deeply ashamed that statistics about policemen who have been hurt or killed on duty should be bandied about here because they're easily applied to either side of the case. And we have all reverence for gentlemen and ladies who've given that great sacrifice. I noticed there was some talk earlier about the Supreme Court decision that would be imminent, or I guess is imminent. And I'd like to remind the board that our Supreme Court is not our ultimate guide and authority. Our guide are our rights under the Constitution and whatever duties or powers exist under the Constitution. And you all took an oath to support our state and federal Constitution. And the Supreme Court is entirely capable, to my experience, of deciding wrong. They're not perfect. But we have a duty to uphold the Second Amendment and other related amendments. And there are strong reasons for this type of of right to bear arms in our Constitution that have not disappeared. If anything, they've grown more imminent. And I believe in the theories that were put forth about a Trojan horse and really, with all respect, a fairly meaningless law. Not only is the gentleman correct in saying we should be more strict with sentencing, but we should be more strict with tracing stolen guns with the laws we already have. I think Radnor and Delaware County, and it's supported by the fact no other municipality in this county has passed one, are long-time gun-supporting townships and municipalities. Radnor itself, 75 years ago, you wouldn't find a house without a firearm. This is a good tradition. The wealthy landowners who started this township all had guns. They loved hunting, and they had them for personal protection with the size of the estates they had. We all have our personal estate, and we have a right to bear arms to defend it. No one's spoken about the right and the deterrent to crime that exists. And all of this is to say that this seems to be a law that's binding people, and it's making it more expensive for people to simply bear an arm. Finally, I think I'd like to clarify something. The police power that's granted, and that is not by the Constitution, that's by statutes passed since that time, but the police power given to the township is not a police department power. It's police power, policing over the health, welfare, frankly, the environment, and our general quality of life. And it should not in any way be used to indicate a police power. I got vibes about a police state when people were saying that. That's not the meaning, and America deserves better. Thank you.
I won't be that long. My name is Jim Bowdry. I live at 104 Woods Lane in Radnor, and I've been a Radnor citizen since 1982. And I just couldn't sit back and just listen at all of the dialogue that's going on in reference to the safety of guns. And I'm not opposed to individuals having guns, but I do support this law that's before us. And let me give you a personal experience. Let me tell you, I had a nephew just recently was gunned down by a young individual. These individuals had gotten guns, it was later found out, from individuals that were going around selling guns and stealing guns. And also I had a policeman relatives that was shot and gunned down. And we talk about support our troops, support our police officers. We are just not really doing that. We are just blowing smoke out of our mouths. I know a lot of you, Kevin, I know you have 2 young daughters. I know you love those young daughters. I look at what's happening in schools and things, the guns and things, how these young kids are getting guns and what's happening. And we're going to have to stand up and be counted and go against the NRA and all of those other organizations that's talking about making sure that individuals are not keeping guns. It's all right for individuals, you know, you can hunt, you can do all of these things, but you don't need these other weapons that's being bought and sold out there to these criminals and to these individuals. And I just hope we will wake up before it's too late. I heard someone say, talking about Philadelphia. Let me tell you, you're not that far from Philadelphia. You're really close. And things will happen here just as they happen in Philadelphia. Because we live in this nice bedroom of Radnor Township. You're not safe. And don't think that. And if you continue to think that way, when something happened to you or one of your relatives, at that point in time, it's going to be too late. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Grace to come up speak, and then Mr. Myers, and then we'll see who else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the commission. I'll be brief given the time of the evening. I've heard a number of things tonight, including that this is an attempt to sell the members of this commission on something, and that this is some kind of an agenda or a political agenda. In the 12 months that this ordinance has been being considered and debated and passed by 21 Pennsylvania municipalities, 4 others have passed it as a resolution. 10 police officers, additionally in Pennsylvania, have been shot and killed in Pennsylvania. The total Pennsylvania police officers have been shot and killed in the last 7 years, unfortunately, is a little higher, Commissioner. It's 20. These officers are being killed both in the east and in the west and in the center. A Pennsylvania state trooper was killed in Venango County just a number of weeks ago. 3 police officers were killed in Pittsburgh in one day just about a year ago, last March. The common denominator of the 1,200 gun deaths in Pennsylvania every year, the 20 Pennsylvania police officers shot and killed in the past 7 years, there's one constant: illegal guns, particularly illegal handguns, not guns maintained by law-abiding citizens, many of whom you heard from tonight, not rifles or shotguns maintained by hunters or sportsmen, some of whom may have been here tonight, not people who say that we should respect the Second Amendment. We do, as an organization, respect the Second Amendment. This is about trafficking in illegal guns. There is an ordinance, a statute, on the books in Pennsylvania concerning straw purchasing. It is on the books. It is enforced by Pennsylvania police departments and by prosecutors across the Commonwealth. This reform has been brought to us by police and law enforcement agencies, by the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association, the Pennsylvania Chief of Police Association. There was a question earlier from a commissioner about individual police departments, the Philadelphia Police Department, the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police. Numerous other individual police departments have also lent their name in support and urged this reform to be passed statewide. And because you heard a little earlier about some comments from the Attorney General, and I appreciated the Commissioner's remark that the Attorney General does not make the laws of the Commonwealth, the legislature makes the laws. This is just one comment by the other chief law enforcement officer of Pennsylvania. At a local level, there are further steps that can be taken toward the goal of reducing access to illegal guns. Lost or stolen handgun reporting is a simple reform that does not infringe on the right of law-abiding citizens to bear arms. 9 municipalities have enacted the law within their own borders. The local ordinances are a step in the right direction. However, to be most effective, reforms such as law lost or stolen should be ultimately applied statewide. Those are the words of Colonel Frank Pulowski, the commander of the Pennsylvania State Police, who has lost 2 troopers in the line of duty to criminals armed with illegal guns over the past year or year and a half. We believe this should be a reform statewide. However, it's Pennsylvania municipalities, just like, hopefully, respectfully, Radnor Township, that are taking up this issue, carefully considering it, debating it, and voting in favor of the reform. I believe someone asked earlier, have any Pennsylvania municipalities locally considered this reform and rejected it? The answer is none. Every Pennsylvania municipality that we've been working in here in this region has approved it and approved it all but unanimously. Municipalities in the center of the state, municipalities in southwest Pennsylvania, and cities as far northwest as Erie have taken to pass this reform. The solicitor, of course, will interpret the law for you, so I'm not here tonight to debate that, and you certainly will receive an opinion from the solicitor as to preemption. The solicitor's already researched the law, and he already noted, I heard him say, the 2 controlling cases, NRA versus the city of Pittsburgh, NRA versus the city of Philadelphia. The trial courts in Philadelphia and Allegheny County have, in fact, dismissed lawsuits against this local ordinance on grounds of standing. That matter has been upheld by the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court in the Philadelphia case. The Commissioner is correct. It's on appeal to the state Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, as the Commissioner noted, will make that decision ultimately. We're here tonight making an appeal to common sense and for, in the words of your own ordinance, to promote the health and safety of township citizens and law enforcement officials. If your car is lost or stolen, you report it to the police as you're filing an insurance claim. What could be more common sense than that? We believe the same thing is true with regard to an illegal gun. This is about illegal trafficking. It's not about law-abiding citizens that do have a right to protect their home and protect their business. We hope that you see the wisdom of the reform. I thank you very much for your time. And I would like to address a question that the Commissioner raised earlier. What are municipalities doing with the information or the data? This reform is still new. So there's not any kind of organized, systematic data that's been collected as yet that I can tell you of the state of things in Pennsylvania. I can tell you, Commissioner, that police chiefs in Pennsylvania are telling us that they're using the ordinance now to talk to the bad guys and bring the bad guys in that they know are trafficking and say, we can hit you with this ordinance unless you give us more information about trafficking and illegal guns in our community. And on that level, it's working. We're asking police chiefs for that data as we seek to present that to more municipalities across the state. I thank you very much for your time.
I have a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With regard to the City of Philadelphia case, where the Commonwealth Court affirmed the trial court's holding, has an order allowing the appeal been granted by the Supreme Court?
The Philadelphia case is on appeal to the Supreme Court. Both sides have taken appeals to the state Supreme Court,
But of course,
both the gun lobby and the City of Philadelphia.
But they have to grant aliquot.
They have to grant aliquot. I'll get back to you with a direct answer, unless the solicitor already knows.
If they have granted aliquot, I'd sure be interested in hearing about the briefing schedule, whether briefs have been filed, that sort of thing, because it may tell us how imminent such a decision is. I mean, it's entirely possible the Supreme Court won't grant aliquot, but I would imagine in a case of this magnitude they probably would.
We can certainly provide that answer. I'm certain the solicitor can provide that answer as well. I can tell you that I know that no briefing schedule has been established, Commissioner, because I've asked that of a senior attorney in Philadelphia, that same question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good evening. Andy Myers, 20 Rose Lane, Bryn Mawr. Not technically in Radnor, about 2 blocks outside of Radnor. However, I have lived in Radnor. I've lived the vast majority of my life in either Radnor or Lower Merion, so I consider myself a member of this community. I have a prepared statement that's not too long, but before I get into that, there was some conversation previously, I believe by Commissioner Curley, regarding transfer and the legality of that. If you look at the case law, and I actually have some additional cases that haven't even been brought up here, which I will give to the Township Secretary. What they go to is the possession, which is what the Uniform Firearms Act, through preemption, prevents local municipalities from passing firearms laws. If I have a firearm lost or stolen, I have lost possession of it. You may not regulate my possession of a firearm. Now, let me go into my prepared statement. Well, this may be an understatement. It seems we have one of those hot button issues, motional issues before the Board of Commissioners tonight. As with any decision the Board of Commissioners makes, it is important to look beyond the rhetoric, the alleged statistics, and the alleged benefits that both sides of this issue represent. In this instance, it simply does not matter whether this ordinance will reduce crime or, in the alternative, accomplish nothing. It does not matter if this ordinance makes sense or not. What is critical is that the board look to the rule of law before it takes anything else into consideration. Therefore, I am not here to represent either side or to take any position in regards to whether this is good or bad legislation. The simple fact is that Radnor Township does not have the legal authority to pass any firearms regulations. Per the ability the General Assembly has to preempt municipalities from passing certain laws as provided by the Pennsylvania Constitution, and with the Uniform Firearms Act being legislation passed by the General Assembly preempting Radnor or any municipality from passing firearms laws, any commissioner who votes in favor of this ordinance would be violating his or her oath of office. And if this ordinance were to be enforced, and my impression is nobody's enforcing this ordinance, and that's why there's no standing in all these lawsuits, but if it were to be enforced, the township will not only be sued by the NRA, everybody knows that, you will also be sued by the House of Representatives and the Senate of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I have case law showing two Philadelphia city councilmen were sued by our General Assembly for passing this exact same law. I'll hand that to the township secretary. Passing this ordinance and not enforcing it, which seems to be what these 25 other cities are doing, would be a waste of taxpayer time and money and a further violation of the oath of office of each and every commissioner. A few days ago, I emailed all commissioners very recent case law, which I just mentioned from the Commonwealth Court regarding this exact issue. And it specifically states, as I just mentioned, that there's litigation from the General Assembly teamed up with the NRA, suing the city of Philadelphia over this lost and stolen firearm issue. This is the sole issue. You have no legality to pass such a law. If you pass it and enforce it, the township will be sued. If you pass it and don't enforce it, it is a dereliction of your duty and a violation of your oath of office. Let's not have rhetoric and emotions from either side of the aisle get in the way of the responsibility Radnor commissioners have to our great system of government that involves following legal precedent, adhering to the rule of law, and abiding by your oath of office and your sacred word of honor. To do anything less would be a horrific injustice to those you are elected to serve and would open up a Pandora's box of all sorts of unconstitutional and illegal legislation being passed that destroys any order, uniformity, and fairness that the rule of law is meant to maintain. Thank you.
Jim, no rebuttals.
I just wanted to correct something. The gentleman has it wrong.
That's a rebuttal, Jim.
Oh, okay. All right.
Seriously, we're going to get all this information.
John, can I ask John Rice to look at one thing when you're going through this? And maybe I spend too much time. Yeah. But maybe I just spend too much time looking at contracts. But if you look at what's proposed, it says any person twice. It doesn't say any resident. It's not P with a cap. It's not a person with a capitalized P as a definition. So, I mean, I'm looking at the Article 3, 180.9-9, 180-10. It says any person, any person. It doesn't say resident. It doesn't say it's a person as defined in anywhere in our ordinance. It just says any person. So can you look when you're going through your process and see if that needs to be tidied up?
I will.
Do we have other members of the public that would like to speak that have something to add that's different or new?
Yes, Commissioners. I'll be brief.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, yes, my name is David Rothschild from Ambler, although I do frequent your town for business purposes, the stores and the like. I'd just like to reply to a couple of things I heard. There were very eloquent arguments on both sides here, but I do have a couple of things that I think are important to add. One of the first things I noticed is that there seems to be sort of a fundamental misdirection going on here on the part of the advocates for this proposal. One of the things I noticed right away is they came up and said, this is about trying to get around straw purchases, which is by its definition and their own definition, a transfer, something that would fall under the category of the state preemption. And in the same procedure, they went on to say, but this isn't about a transfer. Well, so what they're trying to say is we want to regulate a certain class of behavior by regulating something else, which is closely related but really isn't the same thing in order to sidestep an important legal issue. Do you really want to be taking those sorts of steps, sleight of hand, essentially, in passing your laws, or do you want to pass clear laws with a specific intent? The other thing I heard earlier is a couple references to seeking the opinions of the state agencies who regulate your conduct as board members here. I then hear another thing saying, well, gee, the Attorney General, well, he doesn't make the laws, but isn't he really the person or the agency in the state that is there to act as guidance for exactly this sort of situation? So would you not apply the same standards to your actions in that case that you do in the other? And the last thing is, do you really want to be passing ordinances which are almost totally unenforceable? Is this about making a statement, or is this about making something that has meaning? Lieutenant Antony said that if there was a situation where there was a gun stolen, they would go to that person and ask them to make a statement, and then maybe be able to prosecute based on unsworn testimony. Is that correct? Are they required to make that statement? Okay, well, let me ask you, would you ask your police department and your solicitor, are they required to make that statement? Are they in any way compelled to make any statement whatsoever about it? Is this enforceable? We've heard earlier people saying, all you need to do, they say, well, gee, thank you for letting me know, I didn't realize that. Where does it go from there? Can you prove, is there a reasonable basis to be able to prove this and enforce this statute? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I absolutely promise you to stay very short. I'm from Dan McMonagle. I'm from Newtown Square. I am an eighth of a mile outside your area, so I feel very close, and I drive through it every day. We just talked about 24 municipalities in 2 years, 3 with resolutions, 0 prosecutions. 0 prosecutions. Let me tell you what happens when it goes to the state level. I'm going to read this very quickly. I am returning Senate Bill 59 without my signature. While I share the legislature's concern about the criminal use of lost or stolen weapons, the ambiguous manner in which this bill was written would make compliance with the law confusing for legitimate gun owners and could result in cases where law-abiding citizens face criminal penalties simply because they were the victim of a crime. Does it sound familiar? That's what we're talking about tonight. Well, it's particularly troubling given the unproven results of any jurisdictions in this particular state that have passed any similar measures. In addition, this bill may have an undesirable legal consequence as it allows local governments to pass ordinances that differ from state law, thereby leaving law-abiding citizens with the task of navigating through a maze of different conflicting local laws depending upon the jurisdiction they happen to be in. A patchwork of inconsistent local ordinances creates compliance and enforcement problems that erode the state's ability to effectively regulate handguns statewide. For that reason, I'm returning this bill without my signature. Now, we can all discuss guns, the NRA, the people that we are with, but this came from one of the strongest gun states, anti-gun states in the Union, California. Arnold Schwarzenegger signed that. And this is what we're talking about here in Pennsylvania. And this is the same issues that we're in. Again, 24 municipalities, 0 uses. Thank you, John and Lee.
I think this has gone on long enough, so I'm going to just simply say I'm Sean. I'm Sorrentino from Allentown, Pennsylvania. I drove down here to watch this and to rise in opposition, but really pretty much everything's been said that needs to be said. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comment? Motion's made and seconded.
I would like to just make one closing comment, observation. To me, one of the most interesting things I heard this evening was a story about a father reporting his gun and the son having it turns out the son had taken it. And in Radnor, I don't really see the straw purchasing scenario, rife in our midst. However, we do have an issue with our youth getting a hold of guns. And we have had several incidents in the last few years of guns showing up in our high school, guns showing up in our town, all with youths having gained access to these guns, which I think by definition is unauthorized access, I would hope. And that is why I asked the question about what does the law enforcement do with this information, because if it, in fact, they use it to do some investigating and find out and ask some questions, get on the blogs, find out, and can intervene in situations like that's impressive. That moves me. And to say that there have been no prosecutions, I don't think speaks to the issue of whether there has been compliance with the law. And I would imagine that many residents in these 24 or 25 or 21 jurisdictions have reported their lost and stolen guns. And in that case, perhaps that information has led to investigation and prevention. And in my view, from everything I've heard, that to me is the most moving and impressive thing that would support this legislation.
I mean, my thoughts are that we need to hear from John Rice with some kind of official opinion on the issues that are for debate. And so my preference would be to table it, wait for the solicitor to come back with information, and then vote on it. I mean, I want to separate the debate on whether it's preempted from the debate on its merits. So that would be my preference.
I think I'd be inclined to go ahead and introduce the ordinance tonight, have John do his research and come back to us with his opinion. And we can, at that particular point, decide whether or not we need further information, further debate, or go ahead and consider the ordinance for final passage. So I would suggest that we go ahead and introduce the ordinance tonight.
Okay, call the vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstentions? Okay. Don, in line with what you recommended, I was wondering if it would be possible for us now to table this until such time as John Rice brings back that information and the staff also brings back information regarding implementation of this ordinance. And also, I am very concerned for the taxpayers of Radnor that do we have potential for lawsuits? And if so, what would that cost our taxpayers? So I'd like to have that kind of information before I would consider voting for the final.
Actually, I think the cost to the township may be a non-issue. I understand that, and I forget the new organization's name, Brady. Jim, perhaps you know it?
It's, one of the commissioners asked the question of me whether if the township were sued by a person who disagrees with the passage of this ordinance, and the township then has to defend the ordinance and incur legal costs, would there be an organization that would come to the township's defense and provide the legal defense pro bono or at that organization's expense? And the answer is yes. The Brady Center to Prevent Gun Violence in Washington, D.C. will do that. They have already defended Allegheny, or City of Pittsburgh, and they have been successful in Pittsburgh. So the answer to your question is our township would have that defense.
Jim, are you able to obtain some kind of letter or something that could be sent to Bill Martin or John Rice to that
I'll
effect?
do my best, Kevin, to do that. I do know that the commissioner that asked that question was personally satisfied with the answer, but I know there's no substitute for something in writing, so I'll do my best to get
That commissioner was me. I had a conversation with a representative of the Brady Institute today, and he assured me that they would step in and defend any action that was taken against us. I asked him for that assurance in writing, and he said if that's necessary, that they would do what they could to do that.
I think it's necessary, yeah.
Okay. He also would be happy to speak to any commissioner.
I just think it's useful to have it in writing, you know, because who knows when this might happen.
Right. Of course, that presupposes that we pass it. No, we're finished.
However, this is.
Jim, could you wait for?
This is too outrageous. To
Jim.
be promised a legal fee.
Jim,
And make that the
Jim,
basis for a law.
excuse me.
Reconsider.
We've already introduced it. Does anyone want to go along with the tabling it at this point, or we just
John,
not schedule it until?
John.
We'll just not schedule it
You're
until
president of
John.
the board. You decide what goes on the agenda. You know, what do you got a table, you know?
All right, we don't need to table it then. So I'm looking for that kind of feedback. Also, anyone out there in the audience is welcome to send us information. The only thing I would ask is please identify yourself. We got tons of emails recently that all it had was the person's email address, which in many cases is totally meaningless. So,
May I ask a procedural question?
Let's go to the next item.
Did you just?
You have to go to the microphone,
no, we
sir.
did not table it.
Okay. I was confused there. I
Yeah,
didn't know what happened.
that's fine. Next item on the agenda, Bill, you're
It's-
still?
No, the introduction of ordinance 2010-16 regarding parking meter fees. Somebody on the staff want to lead this discussion? AJ?
Yes, sir. As you may recall, the budget was passed, which indicated an increase of meter fees. This ordinance here was an attempt to not only comply with the budget and the fee schedule, but also to clean up probably about 15 years of miscellaneous ordinances and amending it, and with the help of Mr. Rice, this is what we came up with. There's nothing in here extra that was in those past ordinances. There have been some deletions to try to clean it up. In section E, you'll see I tried to make it very clear for the code according to the ordinances, and I'll talk about the comment, what I'd like to see, maybe just a renaming of a few things to make it even clearer for people. We are reestablishing in 130-39 the parking meter zones. I did make a couple typographical corrections. There was one easterly direction, it should have been westerly. And finally, you'll see at the very end, it simplified the rates in section 130-40. We simplified it down to what the prior code was in 1985, and it makes it very simple for the cost of the meters in the zones. Section 4 is just a restatement of a prior ordinance, except for the expired meter or any meter infractions are going up to $15 rather than $10. And finally, the late fee under section 130-44C3 is going from $20 to $25. Otherwise, the rest of the information included here should have already been established in other ordinances.
Right. Move the introduction of this ordinance.
Second?
Made and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
I just wanted to say I reviewed the parking meter and revenue study that was done, I believe by you, AJ, and just an excellent job. It was very helpful to me as a new commissioner in understanding the past, the present, and the future of our parking meter revenue and expenses, and helped me understand this statute as well, or this ordinance. I just had two quick questions. The Bellevue lot that we have hours to operation 6 to 10, though they are not metered, right? That is only permit.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you must have an older version of that.
Okay,
If I may, on the introduction to the ordinance, on the very first page, just a couple corrections.
okay.
That one should be 8 to 5 p.m.
Okay, that's,
It's listed in the ordinance as weekend and evenings free.
right.
Just by the matter of the hours of operation, a.m. to 5 p.m., the rest of the time is free. We could probably delete that and clean up the
Okay.
code. Also, part of that same ordinance that enacted that, it listed the lot as the AT&T, and I have that under the ordinance. I would suggest that we name it the Bellevue Park and Walk. It's on the signs. It was in the top of the ordinance, and everybody knows it as the Bellevue Park and Walk.
Okay.
And finally, up the top, 111 Waynwood Avenue, that's the very first lot. It's also listed as the location, 111 Waynwood. I would suggest the commissioners, we just name the lot the Waynwood lot. Everybody pretty much knows it as that, and the redundancy would be omitted.
Okay, then my second question was, in the study, it mentioned having to update our software when we make these changes. And I wanted to ask or see if we could arrange that whatever software we use to update, be set so that, or we buy software that we won't have to pay that again in 5 years if we raise rates. And, if it's costing us money to make these rate changes in our software, let's make sure we get software that's going to last us through a few more changes, because it was kind of costly.
That's correct. Unfortunately, the old software we used, it's 10 years old. They refuse to support it anymore. We needed to buy the software to not only update our meters from 25 cents to 50 cents, but to make any other adjustments. And some of this software cost is going into training our officers. During the prior time period, we were very limited of what we could do and what rates we could change. Our officers will be able to do that in-house. Will be very productive in that matter. So I wish I could promise you this was going to be viable in the next 15 to 20 years, but it is proprietary to the Duncan meters, and they could theoretically refuse to service the software, update the software. I don't suspect they will do that. It's a very new version of it, so I think we're good for a while.
Thank you.
Motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
Public Works, bids were open on Thursday, January 21st, in Lower Merion. The purpose of the bid opening was to review proposals for the road improvements for the intersection of County Line Road and Bryn Mawr Avenue. The bid consists of two separate contracts, the first road improvements and the second traffic signal and street lightings. 11 bidders met the minimum specifications. The low bidder for road construction was Tony DePaul at $676,737, and the low bidder for the electric project is Lenny Electric at $77,682.70. I'm sorry, that was his contingency. The electric, his was $754,419 with everything in the contingency in, and Lenny Electric was $195,425.75. The total bids were $949, $845.45. Bryn Mawr's contributed $610,000. Lower Merion and Radnor have agreed to pay half the cost, which would come to $169,923. I would like to move the approval of these bids contingent on Lower Merion also approving them on February 17th.
Karen or Bill, how much did we budget?
The current capital budget has $250,000 in it.
So this is significantly under, if I'm understanding your answer correctly?
Yes, that's the construction cost. That is under it. I still have engineering and inspection fees that I do not have a number for those yet.
What's your educated guess on that, Dan?
Well, we should be fine. As Bill mentioned, the contingencies for the $77,000, we have a verbal commitment from PennDOT to cover that cost. We have not gotten that in writing, so they have committed verbally, but as I said, not in writing.
Also, when Lower Merion approved this at their Finance Committee meeting, they approved it contingent upon getting that in writing.
Oh, okay.
So.
Did we have someone from the township present when those bids were opened?
I was there.
Okay. And is John Rice, is that adequate to have one? I don't know what the rule is.
Well, it's an
under our
intermunicipal agreement, John, so, and they're the lead agency.
Okay, I'm asking John Rice.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that we're not,
Yeah,
that we're
yeah.
following the procedure that we need to follow.
Yeah, well, I mean, we piggybacked on their bids. They did the bidding, but we're reimbursing them through the agreement that was signed a couple years ago.
Does that meet our requirements of our charter? You know, the bid process, the process that they follow, does it agree with our process? I just want to make sure that we're.
I mean, I haven't audited their bid process, but I'm assuming they advertised it the proper number of times. They opened it publicly, they announced the bids, and they're awarding it to the low bidder. So, I mean, Dan?
Yeah,
pretty-
that's correct. I have the advertisements.
Okay.
I was there and witnessed the bid opening. It was a public bid opening.
Moved and seconded. Can we move on?
Wait, one more quick. At this point, this 169,923, does that include, it's a little late for me to figure this out, but does that include the contingencies or not?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
949 minus the 610.
So that's this is the
divided by 2.
worst case scenario?
No, he's engineer, he's got engineering
No, I
fees.
still
No,
have.
no, I understand that, but as far
For
as
construction.
the road construction and the electrical construction,
Yeah, under the contract signed in 2007, the most the township would be on the hook for is 335,000, but this bid is significantly under that, not including the engineering costs.
And John, just for some insight, that contingency fund was in case PennDOT didn't do what they had verbally agreed to.
I understand.
So once we get it in writing, then that goes away.
Okay. And is there any other element of this project that is unknown to the board at this point? Is this everything to do with that project? Or, I mean, I understand you still have engineering and inspection fees that are outside of this, but is this, is there some element?
The only other thing, in the MJ test prep, we have discussed putting up bollards in front of the building once the project is complete. That's the only other thing that's outstanding.
And do we have an idea of the cost of that installation?
That's probably going to be somewhere in the order of $2,000.
All right, I'm good.
Okay. Any further comment?
Well, just to be clear, Bill put one condition on it. And did you suggest we put the second condition on it?
You mean the one that Lower Marion has?
That's what Bill's suggestion was, and you talked about getting in writing from PennDOT their commitment to fund this. Is that an addition? So are there two contingencies?
I would think, no, it's the same thing, but I would think since Lower Marion's already done that, we're covered, but if you're not comfortable with that, we can.
What do you think, John?
The second contingency is that PennDOT covers the cost, is that?
PennDOT had
PennDOT's
committed
engineering
verbally
fees.
for some painting and striping, Dan? Is that what it was?
That's correct. The resurfacing and the striping of the road after the construction's complete.
And what Lower Marion said is they want it in writing before they.
As a condition of their award of the bid.
Yes.
That's
But,
sufficient for our.
but
our
we
purpose.
already said that ours is conditional on them awarding the bid. So if they
Right.
don't award the bid, we're
That's
covered.
why I'm asking John Rice the question.
Yeah, I think that's sufficient. You don't need to duplicate the same condition.
Well, I guess, not to belabor it, but I'm just concerned if PennDOT says, well, we're not going to do 100% of the striping. I'm concerned if we make it contingent upon them doing everything, does that cause a problem at the end?
What do you mean?
Well, if PennDOT says, well, we're not going to do the arrows or the stop bars, I'm concerned.
We're not making a contingent. We're making contingent on Lower Marion approving it.
That-
Lower Marion's got to
Right.
approve it
That's perfect.
with that. It's the only contingency.
Any public comment?
Good evening, Ken Taylor. I'm concerned that, and would recommend this board table this until, like Lower Marion, you have a written confirmation of exactly how deep PennDOT's verbal promise will translate into a written one. I know it's late, but I've worked the figures based on the original overall project cost of $1,443,000. I deducted Bryn Mawr Hospital's contribution and indicate that
especially if PennDOT doesn't come through as verbally promised, we could be up to $116,000 short with the $250 set aside in the capital improvement budget at this point in time. Given our current financial situation and that we would have to further invade
We're going to invade Lower Merion?
Invade funding that is already
Invade Lower
precariously low to make up that difference. Shouldn't we cross all the Ts and dot all the Is and get PennDOT's commitment in writing to determine what shortfall this township might have to make up before we approve the project? And I encourage the board to do so.
Motion made and seconded. Any other comment? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
The next one is authorization, the Public Works Department is seeking authorization to sell vehicles at auction, one 1998 HR-15 field mower and 5 recycled trucks, and I move the authorization.
Motion made and seconded. Any comments? Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
That's it, under Public Works. Sewer.
Bill, was there an issue about a plow that we had to address?
Yeah, I spoke to Bill Hagan about it this afternoon. The plow that we might have to purchase, he's not very happy with. We're better off using some of the spare equipment we have and waiting to purchase the proper plow, rather than just buy something that we could plug in there. It wasn't worth the expenditure, so there's no need to put that on tonight.
By the way, well done to our staff. I mean, what an incredible job they did, given, I mean, I had 22 inches of snow in my backyard.
Yeah, Bill Hagan and his crew do an outstanding job. They were here late Friday night, all day Saturday, and then coming in on Sunday to finish up. They do a tremendous job, and we'll be back at it, unfortunately or fortunately, Tuesday night into Wednesday. So we thank them for their tremendous effort.
Yep.
Any old business? Any new business?
I just have one item. We received in our packets a notification from Tom Blumstrom that TD Bank and Penn Minister Radnor have agreed to fund $4,000 each towards our summer concert series. So Tom, thank you for your work in soliciting those contributions, and please extend our thanks to those organizations for continuing what's a great series of events every summer. Thanks.
Public participation.
Good evening. My name is Joe Ellis, 221 West Wayne Avenue. I have some comments and questions, actually a request regarding the parking fees, how it's administered, and some questions about the Enhancement Community Trust. From a historical standpoint, I believe you're aware that in the year 2000, the AT&T parking lot, which was previously administered by the Wayne Business Association, was taken over by the township. At that time, the $10 fee was increased by 100% to $20 per space per month. My son, Michael, and I are co-owners of Teresa's Cafe and Teresa's Next Door. And as a result of this parking fee arrangement, we have the highest financial burden in Radnor Township. We're required to lease 38 parking spaces at an annual cost of $9,120, and to date we have paid $57,920. That's as of 12/31/99. An additional question. As you know, the invoicing and receipt of the parking fees administered by the township are administered by the township. My question is, why is this passing through the township? We write these checks as we are directed, payable to the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust. However, they are deposited by the township in a township bank account. I heard this evening that they're netted through an expense or a revenue account, one or the other. Pardon me? What is the answer to that?
Sounds like, I think they were netted through a revenue account.
So So when they're netted through a revenue account, you lose the identity of the receipt and the disbursement.
We changed that.
When
We're
did
going
you
to change
change
that.
it?
They said tonight they're going to change it.
It's been in practice for 10 years.
I know, but they said they changed it.
So what was the rationale behind that? What was the purpose? What were you accomplishing by netting these proceeds through a revenue account?
Do you want an answer to that?
What was the rationale or purpose, or what were you accomplishing by netting these checks, which are paid payable to the Radnor Enhancement Community Trust, by depositing them in a township bank account and netting the receipt and the expense through the same revenue account? What are you accomplishing by doing that? And why? What was the rationale behind it?
I don't know.
But
It's,
the point
it's,
you
certain,
raise
it's certainly not
is
a
we're
le-
not going to do it anymore.
It's certainly not a proper accounting practice.
Right.
There's no way
I know that.
anyone could agree that that is a proper accounting practice. I don't know who instigated that practice or who entered that transaction the first time. David Basher was the Director of Finance, I believe, in 1999. I don't know that for sure, but I believe he was. So it might be a question we'll have for him
Dave
at some
started as
point.
Director of Finance in the mid-1980s, when I was the school business administrator between 1984 and when I retired in '99. I also find it, so you don't have an answer to that. It is interesting to note that the trust, the Enhancement Community Trust, IRS Form 990, a public document, reports these revenues as contributions from Radnor Township, rather than what they really are. These are township mandated parking fees imposed on a few restaurants in the township. And on North Wayne Avenue, it's Teresa's Cafe, the Boathouse, and Christopher's. I question the accuracy and good faith of the trust reporting to the IRS contributions paid by Radnor Township, a nonprofit 501c3 private foundation, by the way, versus what they really are. These are township-billed parking fees and collected by the township and subsequently paid and or transferred to the Enhancement Community Trust. I suggest you take that up with the Enhancement Community Trust. I don't know how they can classify a mandated parking fee, and we have the highest financial burden, as I indicated, almost $60,000, and classify this as a contribution, the revenue as a contribution from Radnor Township, when in fact they are really coming from a handful of business owners who are mandated to pay these fees.
Joe, correct me if I'm wrong. The reason you have the highest burden is because in order to get the permission to construct your restaurants and operate your restaurants, you needed additional parking spaces. And you were required to get off-premises parking?
Yes.
Was it I don't remember, I know I looked at it last week when we were doing this, but was it required that they be in the parking lot, or could it have been somewhere else?
No, it doesn't specify. It just
Okay.
says, it doesn't specify.
And we all know that there seems to be at least a fundamental element of unfairness in that, just based on the way the law and the zoning was.
That's our major concern,
Right.
which I've addressed with a number of people to
Right.
date, a number of
Well,
township
if I'm
officials
not
and the
mistaken,
administration.
Mr. Ellis, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that a condition imposed by the zoning hearing board?
Yeah.
The zoning
For
board,
the grant of a
the
variance?
zoning board, as you well know, establishes the number of spaces. The township sets the fee, which is billed to us. And
But
then-
you just said you didn't have to put them there. You could have found another place to put the off-site
May I
parking.
answer that? I'm sorry,
Sure.
Michael
Yes, Mike.
Ellis,
Yeah.
112 Valley Forge Terrace. We did offer other parking through Ernestita's, our landlord of one location. We did offer other parking that was available at nighttime. We were told originally by Mike Flagg that we were paying for nighttime usage, not daytime usage. And as you note in this new ordinance, weekends and evenings are free. My new addition is primarily evenings and weekends. We are open for Friday lunch only. So is my understanding that if I removed Friday lunch from my business, I would not have to pay for that parking?
Now, look, it's very simple. It's very simple. You could have not opened your business unless we came up with this very creative system. Your restaurant would not be in existence. Christopher's would not be in existence. The Boathouse would not be in existence because the zoning hearing board does not set parking. We set parking. Okay.
So you set the zoning?
Pardon me? Yes, we set the zoning.
Okay,
Zoning
so-
hearing board just interprets it. We set the zoning, and our zoning officer would have told you and the other restaurants that there's no way you could put a restaurant there because you have no parking, and you're required to have parking. But we got together, went to zoning hearing board, and they came up with this creative system that we all agreed upon, that you would pay for these parking spots, and that's how we would justify you getting your business there. And that's why you pay the money, because you have a business that you would not have if we did not come up with that creative system. It was very creative to help Wayne thrive and get some restaurants in there. And that's what happened. And so those restaurants are paying that parking fee, and they're helping for improvements in Wayne because they wouldn't be in business. You would have no business. There would be no Teresa's.
So how do you justify outdoor seating for 6 months out of the year and not requiring parking? How does Great American Pub open up outdoor seating for 40 seats that was paid for by Radnor Community Enhancement Trust?
Yeah.
We paid for their outdoor seating area, and they paid for no parking.
The commissioners decided that
We
we wanted outdoor
also
parking.
are required
Outdoor
11
thing.
spaces for Teresa's Cafe. It's in the zoning is 20. When I explained this to them, we were opening the new restaurant, they required us 18 more spaces on top of the 20 they said was in zoning. We're not required 20. They wouldn't give me a waiver for that. But yet they'll let a restaurant, Elegance Cafe, open across the street and waiver any zoning requirements for them. They can put it in many seats. They don't have to have parking spaces. I have 8 parking spaces behind my building.
They can't
I'm
waive
3,800 square feet.
parking spaces.
I'm 3,800 square feet. Boathouse is 3,600 square feet. They have 2 parking spaces. They're required 12 spaces to be open.
It's based upon the
Okay,
tables, isn't it?
It's just not accurate. So every time there's a change of usage for that building, everybody should be rezoned. There's work going on right now at the bank down on South Wayne Avenue and Lancaster Avenue, where they're filling in the second floor. There's no tenants in there. They have no parking spaces. Should they be allowed to open a business there?
It depends on
just
whether they're
wrong.
grandfathered in or not.
Okay, it's just wrong.
How can you justify, we're asking that you come up with a more equitable solution, especially for the restaurants in Wayne, because you can walk right out of Teresa's, go north or south, and there's restaurants. For instance, the Great American Pub. They've expanded up West Wayne Avenue. They've taken over at least three business locations. The Dairy Queen, and that's where the enhancement trust paid for those improvements.
It was a great improvement.
They don't have to purchase any parking spaces. How do you justify that inequity?
I guess when they took over those businesses, they were grandfathered in with those spaces.
There was a prior, for instance, where Teresa's next door is, there was a paint store there. There was constant walk-in traffic throughout the day there. There's an existing business there. We took over the business in the same location. Why do we have this financial burden and other restaurants do not? $60,000 to date in 10 years is a substantial sum. If that were your business, how would you feel?
You wouldn't have a business. You wouldn't have $60,000 to give the township if they didn't come up with this creative way that you agreed to. You agreed to it.
It was you, the Board of
agreed to it.
Commissioners, that increased the fees by 100% without any public comment or involvement by the restaurant owners. I'm asking you to come up with a more equitable solution for this problem. I don't feel this is an appropriate way to treat businesses within Radnor Township. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni. Just to quickly follow up on this issue, and I think it's really a good issue to hang on to, is that I do believe that there was some variance awarded to the different to the different organizations, but this is where you can get in a lot of trouble. If there isn't transparency on where we're spending the money, I think that's where we can get into trouble. So let's make sure that the rules are applied fairly across the board and that it is equitable and that everybody can find out, well, why is the Great American Pub getting money from the taxpayers of Radnor, if in fact this is true. I don't know if what this gentleman said is true, to get outdoor dining over there, and yet they have some waiver to not have to pay for, have parking equated to the number of tables. So I'm just saying we should all investigate and make sure there isn't preferential treatment. If the bank is getting preferential treatment, I know that I think the bank is owned by, I could be wrong, but Mr. Bages, and if that is in fact true, I think he's also on the board. That seems like a big conflict to me. Let's just make sure we get it all out in public so that there's no room for inappropriate spending of taxpayer dollars. Unrelated topic, I am going to be moving into Commissioner Mahoney's ward.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, we just did a redistricting.
Yeah.
Didn't she in the 5th ward? We moved her to the 5th ward. Tell the truth, Hank. What's that new plan we have?
Believe me, it's a wonderful neighborhood. I'm sure you'll love it.
Thank you. I'm sure I will too. Thank you very much. Just finding out recently, I heard moments upon putting money down on a house that literally across the street from where I'm going to be living, Walnut Street and Radnor Street Road, that there was the possibility of development where there's going to be a new activity center, supposedly Valley Forge sold to, or is in the process of selling to Eastern College. And I just want to know if in fact that was true and if there's any information on that.
I'll give you the best information I have.
Thank you.
We understand that Valley Forge is in the process of talking with Eastern University to sell what we call the South Campus, which is everything south of Eagle Road to Walnut. Unfortunately, it's catty-corner to your house, and these things happen. I don't know exactly where the negotiations stand. I have had discussion with some administrators at Eastern University who indicate that they are interested in keeping the faculty houses and also interested in somewhere down the road, they didn't say when or whether they had funding, to put up a, they call it a concert hall or a recital hall, I think they call it, for the benefit of their students. That's the best information I have right now. And I know the neighborhood, North Wayne Protective Association, you should get a membership card as soon as you move in because it's a great organization. And they really look out for the interests of the neighbors, and so do I, quite honestly. We've had lots of interaction between ourselves and Eastern and ourselves and the Academy, and they're usually pretty good neighbors. But as you know, with any big institution, you have to work with them, and we'll try and do that here.
Do they have to let the community know, the people around them know if they're going to do an activity center? I mean, does that come up? I thought there was like a couple years notice or something. Is
well,
that,
I think
am I
they're
mistaken?
required, Madam, correct me if I'm wrong, to submit what's called a 5-year plan periodically. I could be wrong about that.
Dan, doesn't our ordinance says that's when they come in for land development, they submit the 5-year plan with the land development. But unless there's a land development, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, they don't have to submit a 5-year
No,
plan.
it's every 2 years. They are.
They're every 2
the
years.
ordinance says they're required to submit it every 2 years.
But that's all zone PI institutions.
And how long ago did Eastern submit their most recent plan?
I'd have to double check, but they came in for land development about 2 years ago with the dorm and the classroom on the far side of campus.
So, I mean, I'm sure that 5-year plan is available, and I'm sure Dan would give it to you.
Okay, great.
But that's not their property, so this is not going to show
Right,
up
right,
on the
right,
plan.
right.
Yeah, the South Campus is part of Valley Forge, of course. I can't recall the last time I saw a 5-year plan from them, but I don't recall that they've done any land development of any significance recently.
Well, they were in about 18 months ago when they split off a lot on Farriston Road.
Oh, that's
so
right.
they submitted
Colonel
something.
Medenbach's property.
Right.
Okay, so I will give my contact information so that, you know, when the neighbors are notified, that everybody knows how to get in touch with me. And certainly, if there is, I guess they can sell it. It's legal to sell it without the
We
neighborhood.
discussed this at 12 o'clock at night.
You know what? This, sorry, this is.
Look, it's important to her. She's moving into the neighborhood. I appreciate everything you're saying.
Thank you.
I think that can they sell it? I think they probably can.
Okay.
I think it would require, from my estimation, a subdivision of the south campus from the rest of the campus. I think the academy may have a different view of that. But I certainly, believe me, as soon as we have any information,
Great.
It'll go out into the community and you'll be a recipient of
Great.
it.
I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to leave my favorite topic of the township building with the hopes that that's going to come up soon, right, from the last time we talked? I know I'm not allowed to look at Mr. Rice. That was...
Efforts are continuing. In fact, Neil just gave you a bunch of information on that, right? And did you did not meet with Architectural Concepts, or you did?
We have a meeting Wednesday, which Bill and I have been talking about, probably going to get snowed out.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're trying to...
Which is Architectural Concepts to go out and review their records. So we are continuing the process of gathering the records we need to do the evaluation.
And why would Mr. Morris be involved with that? Because...
He actually had some documents. I don't know why.
Okay.
He defended the bid challenge.
Oh, that's right. Remember
He
the,
defended the bid challenge successfully, and he
Are you talking about Mr. Cannon's case? Is that what you mean, the bid challenge?
I don't know who filed it. I know Mr. Bicken
That was the lawsuit brought by Mr. Bicken as counsel for Sarah Pilling and Dave Cannon.
Right.
And the way the case ended up, and I wasn't sure, and I went back and checked the records when we had our last discussion about this. But remember, the township and the school district were defendants in the case. The school district filed preliminary objections on some basis, and I think Mr. Bicken, recognizing that they had a valid legal defense, dropped it from the case. What was left were 2 counts against the township, one for alleged illegal bidding, which was the negotiation of the bids downward, and the second was a violation of the Sunshine Act. The court granted our preliminary objections to the illegal bidding count and threw it out. That occurred in December of 2006. Subsequent to that, depositions of Ms. Pilling and Mr. Cannon were taken, and eventually that resulted in the letter I was alluding to, Ms. Pilling's letter of October 12th, 07, where she essentially said, I want out of the lawsuit for various reasons, and they dropped the lawsuit.
Right. Okay, I just know that I have documents that say that he did do what is now considered bid rigging, where he renegotiated with the lowest bidder. And I have documents confirming he did that. So what Mr. Morris got a lot of money from the township to defend this case, when in reality, you know, I do have documents saying that he
But that's
renegotiated.
that's not bid rigging. Bid rigging is when the bidders
Renegotiating with the lowest bidder?
You keep saying it's bid rigging. Bid rigging is when the bidders get together ahead of time,
Okay, sorry.
and that's patently illegal. What you're describing is what was litigated. That's why
Okay, what is
I
that
don't
called
think-
when you're not allowed to negotiate with the lowest bidder? No, not
Well-
without rebidding and changing the specs.
No, that's not true, because Judge Proud dealt directly with that issue on the preliminary objections and found that there was no illegal bid rigging.
that's one of Christine,
Uh-huh.
and that's one of the issues that since I'm not familiar with, I asked
It's
Neil.
not, it's not illegal bid rigging. I mean, that's what Judge Proud found. He said
I
everything he
asked
did
Neil
was
Morris
proper.
to provide me with what the final resolution was in that case, because of some of the comments you've made. And I don't think the township wants to relitigate that case since there's a final decision.
Well, it was never litigated. If it was dropped, if there was no standing, it was never litigated. I'm
But
not an
it's-
attorney,
but it's
but
a-
it was
but it-
it
but
was
it's over.
dropped.
For
It doesn't.
It wasn't a matter of standing.
Right.
Judge Proud determined that Mr. Bicken had not set forth a cause of action for which relief could be granted. That's called a demurrer. You know, the legal types call it a demurrer. And essentially, they had no case. That's what Judge Proud found.
Okay, so renegotiating with the lowest bidder
Christina,
is not,
excuse me.
is not,
Would you mind just discussing that with Mr. Rice? Because
no, because this is a really important public issue, and I don't want to talk about anything privately.
Christina, I've been looking at this. I am going to wait for John Rice to give us his opinion and also give us guidance on whether, how to investigate this. But I'm not an attorney, but I look at this, and I've been able to look at a memo from David Bayshore to the board, and he clearly negotiated with the lowest bidder. He changed the scope of the project, and under the competitive bidding laws in the
Right.
state of Pennsylvania,
Right.
if you change the scope of a project, you need to rebid it.
And
Whether he
Judge
did something
Proud-
wrong, hang on.
Judge Proud did not find that.
I
He did
am-
not agree with you.
Okay.
And that, John, that's the problem, and that's why.
And I'm not saying that's what, I'm saying that's what it appears like to me, in my opinion. Again, I'm not an attorney, I'm not an expert, but just based on, just on the surface of it, that's what it looks like happened.
But then, did we lower the prices, John? I mean, if you raise the prices, it's one thing.
The competitive bidding laws in
If
Pennsylvania.
if you lower the prices and you delete things, then you get a lower price.
No, but what you
We
do
were told
is,
that that's
what you're
perfectly
not
fine.
getting the benefit of, if you do that, is that some bidders, some contractors may not have bid on the original project. But if the project scope gets smaller, some new bids may come in and you may get a better bid structure. So you're circumventing, you have the potential to circumvent the competitive bidding process that is a guarantee to the taxpayer that you're getting the best deal possible. That is not what I'm seeing there, but I'm not a judge. I'm not a legal
What I'm telling you is
expert.
that very argument was made by the plaintiffs in that case, and Judge Proud said that was not the case. And he dismissed that count from the complaint.
And that's what I'm trying to, assuming what you just described is exactly what happened, the court still found it was okay.
Okay.
So,
That's one issue. The other issue is spending money without township approval. So the cost of the building versus what it actually came in and what was approved, and I guess that's what you're saying, you're going to architectural concepts to talk
yeah,
to them about.
I mean, I have
Right.
the memo that John referred to, there's some good documentation. It's the change orders, and where there are
Right.
alternate bids.
Right.
You may see, here's the base bid, but there might have been alternate bids that bumped the price up. So, I mean,
Thank you.
that's the other thing that I don't have yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your diligence in following up with this issue, because we can't let it drop. Okay. My comments tonight are regarding something very troubling, which was that about a week ago, released on the blogs, was what appears to be a document that Mr. Nagel distributed during executive session, which was just a proposal that he had planned to talk about, which was to limit public comment. He also distributed information saying that his intention of that was, like tonight, where meetings go very late and people want to speak but can't wait till the end of a meeting. I am a Democrat, and part of the National Democratic Party is about transparency, and this is one of the issues that goes to my core, that we can always have this dialogue. And if that were the case and that were the motivation of Mr. Nagel, then he would just add public comment to the beginning of the conversation and beginning of meetings. So if somebody couldn't, wait till 12 o'clock at night, then they could actually speak at the beginning of a meeting. Later, he found some loophole and, again, distributed, I think, through Carla's blog on SAC, that gave him some rights to limit, as president, to limit some dialogue and pull up some old...
Christina, could I interrupt you? What ended up getting posted on Carla's blog came right out of the Radnor Code.
Right.
There was no loophole. It's existing code.
Right.
And you'll notice, I'm not enforcing that because I believe, as you do, in full public comment. I was responding to several of my constituents that I represent about the meetings getting out of control. So at the completion of the executive session, I distributed this draft that was based on the ordinances of many surrounding communities and our school board as a talking paper. We didn't discuss it in an executive session. It's not on the agenda at any time now or in the near future. It was to spur thought.
Okay, I appreciate that. And if your true intention was to spur thought, I would say something like that should be distributed in public and introduce it during a meeting so that we could all have the public conversation about it. I feel that it is quite possible that there are some people, out there that maybe we don't want to hear from. And so therefore,
We don't get to choose.
Okay, thank you. I want to just make this point as a very strong backer of transparency and openness that to the credit of Commissioner Mahoney, during a very difficult time and a time when I know he never wanted to see my face come up here, he always let me talk. And prior Republicans have always allowed the dialogue. So it was so disconcerting and so sad to, within a month of your appointment as the first Democratic president, to have this as an issue. And I went to my favorite book, our Home Rule Charter, and as I do when things get tough, and I called in Reverend Dr. Gene Williams, who is an original signer, who crafted this incredible document, the Home Rule Charter. And I called her once before when the treasurer wanted credit card statements, and he was being blocked by the then solicitor, Mr. Blake, and blocked by the then township manager, and sadly blocked by some members of this Board of Commissioners. I called her in to speak to the issue of transparency and to the issue of why do we have checks and balances, and she did so eloquently. I told her of this situation. I told her of some of the recent events, and proudly that woman keeps up with our town. She is up on everything. She knows about all of you. She is a fascinating woman who reads the paper and is very diligent, and she cares deeply for our town. And she asked me to submit this letter, so I am respectfully submitting this letter to you folks regarding this issue. She talks about the charter and when it was created, and basically it was January of '77, and she listed among the advantages and the charter, and I'm going to give you all a copy of her letter because this woman is an incredible lady, and I really would like you all to have a copy. On the first page of the charter, it has openness and responsiveness and dialogue. And so if I can read her letter to you, she says, A, the first thing there listed in our Home Rule Charter is open meetings of the Board of Commissioners with the opportunity for citizen discussion. She then comments, because it does not state that any form of gag rule, time, or term limit on speakers is permitted to be imposed as a rule, especially those opposed to the party line agenda, does not make this acceptable. I would not support any change to the current open dialogue which follows the provisions and the spirit of the Home Rule Charter. Reading down, B, availability of advance meeting and agenda notice to interested citizens. The purpose of this clause, again, was to encourage dialogue with the electorate. C, public notice, public availability, and public discussion of proposed ordinances and budgets prior to adoption. She comments, first, public notice of the above, when it appears on agenda sheets the Friday before Monday, is not adequate study time. So she's asking and recommending if that could be a week in advance if possible. D, availability of all township records to interested citizens upon request. And again, this was the line that she used as also justification that when I asked for credit cards,
Christina,
when the treasurer asked for credit cards.
Is the letter to the commissioners?
The letter is to the public. It's going to be in the paper, and she asked me to read it. She asked me, Gene Williams, the woman who crafted this document, to read the letter. I think out of courtesy to her, we can do that. The recent redaction of employee names from the salary list is a violation of the spirit and intent of the charter. The employee names as part of the township records are paid through taxpayer dollars and therefore are public. The electorate should not be required to resort to requesting the names through a Pennsylvania right to know document. She says, I will be the first to admit that I did not foresee Radnor Township citizens electing persons to office who do not recognize that Radnor Township has maintained its reputation as a desirable family living area. One of the contributing factors is that its public officials, until 2008, have presented and kept a respectable reputation. She says, if political vigilance has waned, please reread the charter and remember you still have it to back you. There are more do's than don'ts, and it's because the elected and appointed officials are expected to have integrity to themselves, their families, their neighbors, and Radnor Township. Closing paragraph, she states, as one of the 11 Home Rule Charter Study Commissioners, I have grateful memories of the hours we spent together crafting a document that could be read and understood by man and woman alike on the street. And I also hope that it reflects the kind of government structure that would continue to keep Radnor Township a present-day model of William Penn's green country town. Thank you.
My name is Viscaldo at Locust Grove Terrace in Rosemont. I'd like to support Christine Perroni in what she said tonight and in reading the memorandum, which I've distributed copies that I had available, and I think I'm short a couple, but I probably can get them from the others. I've been going to meetings of this board for probably 25, 30 years. I have been in the township for over 40 and have been interested in the activities of the Board of Commissioners. I found the document that was released to the press a couple of weeks ago that Mrs. Perroni referred to, an egregious action which I have never seen happen before in this township, where members of the community, the voters, the residents, the taxpayers are told that they cannot and will not be heard by this group. I think that is a horrible course of events and clearly not consistent with what is going on. I can recall, and I'll have to refer to Mr. Mahoney on this, where in previous sessions where I have gotten up to complain about something, I have never been told that they were not going to listen to me, and I was treated with the courtesy that I would have expected to have from Mr. Mahoney. He may not have wanted to see me again, but nonetheless, he heard me. Pardon? Thank you. Anyway, I think it's a sad state of affairs, and given the state of affairs of this township right now with respect to its history of malfeasance in office and whatnot, that we are left with a situation where people are not comfortable in getting up to speak, and a number of members of this body have come against this blockage. It shouldn't happen. It must not happen. We have to have confidence that we are going to be able to get up and say what we think needs to be said in order to have the transparency that is absolutely essential in any democratic situation. And if this is not a democratic group, then woe is Radnor Township. Thank you.
Maricel Hahn again, 132 Locust Grove Road. Mr. Nagel, I hope you will reconsider taking advantage of what might be, whatever it is that you just said, would give you the power to limit public input. One of the reasons I've always thought that I've actually bragged about the way you do business in this body to the school board, not the other way around. The school board is not something you should emulate, I'm sorry to say, at least in the way they do their public participation business. They do not answer questions. They do not allow us to, we can only make comment. There is no administration sits through the meeting. They're like statues. It's a waste of public money. But at least here you get a give and take, and we even get the benefit of your talking to each other. So we know how you're coming to decisions. And you also get the benefit of hearing from citizenry making comments on the particular issue. We we are not allowed to speak to the issues. We are only allowed to be at the beginning and at the end. And if you want, quite honestly, to accommodate those citizens who cannot stay up late, and not many of us really enjoy that. I'm a night owl, so I don't care. But you know, we can accommodate that with the beginning of the meeting, public comment. But please do not follow the example of the school board in terms of public participation. It is not what I would consider an example of a hearty, active, and responsible government. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you again, the Board of Commissioners. I'm Jim Schneller. I live in St. David's. And in the way of transparency, I'm not going to be. I'm going to skip my speech on my first item, except that it does relate to transparency. I'm giving to each of you a copy of a great new petition that about 60 people have signed online about saving the Wayne Acme. This is not a great news. I think a lot of people in the township know about it, especially people who shop at the Acme. The website is worth taking a look at, and the contents of the petition are on a page called Petition. I mentioned transparency because one thing we ask is that perhaps in the last phase of activity at that mall, the board talked about knowledge that nobody else had, and we're hoping maybe if it ever happens again with anything like an Acme or cataclysmic type changes, you might be more transparent with us. And everybody in Radnor Township likely also is invited to come to the website and add your yay or nay.
Thanks, Jim.
Second of all, I had presented a letter by mail to the board, and I'm sorry about the timing, but I have to ask because of the time whether the board was considering acting on it officially. It's a letter complaining about a zoning hearing board hearing that took place regarding a property on North Wayne Avenue. It's a 4-page letter. I think that for the benefit of all present, it simply has a recurring theme of pre-hearing lack of provision of the documents to me, so that I was unable to present my case. Apparently the Department of Community Development, with all respect, didn't give me plans that were in the record. But it went on from there. I'm simply hoping the board might have a public hearing on this matter. I don't want a lengthy, or at least a public allowance for me to give a public argument in brief, perhaps with a response, because there have been severe obstructions to the hearing I attempted to present regarding sidewalk obstructions. And I have to say that this is ongoing. I was hoping that this type of thing wouldn't happen after the recent events in the township. And I have to express disappointment that the latest audit bears no relation to matters in the Department of Community Development, despite the fact there's been a series of decisions that border on the egregious, and I think everybody's aware of them. If things are continuing on into this next phase of our township government, what good has happened? It's come to my attention that there really was no suit filed against Mr. Bayshore. The board appeared to have us rely on the fact that Mr. Bayshore sued the township. I believe that was a diversion, and I think he's gotten away with it. He sued for some kind of defamatory reason. He's now down the pike, and no one filed a countersuit, for instance, regarding the cost of that house. And his tenure was a problem in regard to community development. So if the investigation could at all take a look at the few things I've complained about, I think that the township would definitely benefit. Also, by the way, I don't want to step on anyone's domain, but there is a ski trip this weekend that Radnor is offering. And Radnor ski trips have a reputation for being wonderful and very relaxing trips. I encourage the public to sign up. especially with the mounds of snow on the ground. I don't know if many people have.
The problem was the mountains didn't get the snow. It stayed down here. How many people got booked, Tom?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but we have a.
I mean, the ski trips are usually fully subscribed.
Correct.
Yes. Yes, but when you're over 50, you don't fall, so you missed the fun a couple of years ago.
Is the bus leaving at 12:30? Because I would like to be on.
Thank
Get
you,
out
Jim.
there and ski, because there's nothing like getting off the slope and having someone drive. All you dads should be with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
I move we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn? Need a second? All in favor?
Aye.